Looks like things are going good here. Good deal. Had to see it. Welcome to a new phase. Thank you. Alright, so yesterday, we're playing. We were getting some stuff done, clearing some points of interest. There were whatnots over here when our stream crashed on us, which was incredibly unfortunate, but that's okay. We're good to go now. Let's see. There's been some chat going on in the hive. Okay. Nothing important to what we're doing right this moment. So what I want to do is right this moment, because we're getting a new phase on our P-Clash server here in about 5 hours. So what I want to do right now is I want to work on clearing my points of interest on this account. And on this server. So that way, once the P-Clash scenario goes up, go start running around and doing some of that, and maybe getting into some PvP with that. Because everybody will be running around trying to clear the next points of interest and get their tier 4 resources. So that'll be fun. Things may go wrong today. We may end up having to get off early. I don't know how the changes that I made to our local network setup are going to affect my little brother's internet. So we will be seeing when he wakes up and tries to get online if something that I did maybe messes with him. Don't think it will. I think we should be just fine. But it'll be important to check on that when I don't want anything that I do for the stream to be negatively impacting anybody else. I'd rather just not stream than have other people's shit fucked up. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see if we can't get the network situation here figured out. And if I can't, or if I can, then things will start going smoother. And if I can't, then we'll just keep trying new things. And some iridium crystals. I have a lot of iridium crystals. Oh, I have so many iridium crystals already. Oh, I already did a POI. That's right. We had already started this yesterday. That's right. Not to level 30 yet, though. We can't yet equip our tier 4 gear. You're not very nice. Why was that person trying to whack me with their sword? There's no one in sword dudes. Oh, angry. Sounds like I've got an elite mob after me. Uh-oh. Maybe it's just the people attacking me music. Yo, what happened, SS? What happened to Ark? Ark is busted and garbage. I just could not continue playing that game. And then also, Once Human got some really, really good updates in the last month. So I had to come back. Had to come try this out. I mean, you've seen all the stuff that's been going on in the last month with Ark. With Snail Games trying to drop Aquatica or whatever stupid ass shit that they're doing for Ark Survival Evolved. It's just a total shit show. Just a total shit show. And Once Human dropped some permanent servers and some cross-character progression, and this is actually the game that I started my channel on. I decided we would come back and start playing this. And I'm really bad at it. No, I have not. Predecessor is like a hero shooter though, isn't it? Not really into the hero shooters. Lanes and towers, mid lane, off lane, support lane, jungles and stuff. I love it. I'm super addicted to it. Okay, so it's more of like a third-person MOBA. Got it. Yeah, I'm not really into. Ooh, what happened to my sensitivity? There he goes. Something about jumping off my motorcycle made my sensitivity go crazy. Like League of Legends, but better quality. It's third person. Yeah, third person MOBA. Got it. I'm not really into super competitive games like that. I just don't have the reflexes and stuff required for that stuff anymore because I'm old. And honestly, playing competitive games makes me want to tear my hair out. So I don't do it. You're 30. Yeah, I'm 38, brother. So if you're old, I'm hella old. Those types of games used to be fun. You know, I remember playing League when it first came out and having a great time. But I wouldn't join the Navy. Um, hey, Remy Doghouse, thanks for the follow over on the Twitch. Oh, it's you. Nope, don't care. Yeah, but I'm just not really into the competitive scene anymore. I don't have the money to be replacing keyboards like that when I break them. I prefer to actually enjoy my time gaming. How you been, Mustang? Have you been, It's been quite a while since I've seen you in the stream. Been good, busy working on my cars as my hobby. I gotta admit, I don't know a whole lot about cars. Playing video games is productive. What are you talking about? It's productive at keeping me from losing my mind, going insane. We don't want me to go insane. Gotta move. Yeah, that's fair actually. Probably should get up out of my chair more often, maybe do some exercising. But I'm not gonna. I don't wanna. Fuck it. The world needs couch potatoes, right? Oh god. Oh, I fucked it. Oh, I fucked it all the way up. Please heal. Oh, I shouldn't have dodge rolled. I interrupted my own heal. Talking to you and I'm not paying attention. It's getting me killed a lot. Getting me killed a lot. It's all your fault, Mustang. Bing. Oop, I did it again. Oh, you just run right through fences, huh? That's interesting. What did I say? I don't know. What did I say? Did I say everything was your fault? I said everything was your fault. It's all your fault that I'm bad and dying. Yeah, they've had some really good changes. Oh, come on. Some really good changes over the last month. The vehicle physics have been changed. You can now jump in all of the vehicles, which is really fun. Um, they added permanent servers, which is kind of a cool mechanic. So your server merges into the permanent server. So there's one permanent server per scenario. And they keep making new servers. And then when your scenario ends or whatever, it just gets merged into a single world. And then that world gets merged into the permanent server. So there's just like tons of permanent server worlds, or there will be, as servers start getting merged into it. And then um, they also added cross-character progression. So I was talking to some people on Reddit last night about it. Cross-character progression goes across the NA and EU servers or regions. So if you have an NA character, you can cross-character progress your stuff to EU. And if you have EU, you can go to NA. Apparently the C servers don't share in that though. They're independent, which is unfortunate. But at least the NA and EU folks can all play together sort of interconnectedly. So now all of your blueprints and all of your mods and your cosmetics and a bunch of your stuff like that is all shared across all of your characters. So you can play, I'm playing multiple scenarios at a time right now. So this is the new Manibus scenario because Manibus has gotten a big update and it's much, much faster now. Yeah, I've beaten all the bosses by myself, all the way through pro mode. On previous scenarios. The only thing I haven't done by myself on Manibus is I haven't beaten Leah Labs by myself. But everything else I've done solo. But I'm playing this Manibus, this new Manibus scenario. And I've got a character in P Clash right now. Prism versus Clash. Which is like the PvP scenario. So we'll go get after some of that later on today. When this first came out, that dang spider boss was so hard. I got really lucky. So the first boss that I ever did with other people was the spider boss. And one of the people that I was doing the fight with was using that Dual Fury double barrel shotgun. And the Dual Fury double barrel shotgun was like the best weapon that you could get easily on the first season because you just go get the fragments from one of the mystical chests. And so when that person did that, I had been playing a sniper rifle, and snipers are so bad for killing that spider because she moves around so much and her weak spots are so hard to hit that I was just getting destroyed. And I played with that person with the shotgun, and they just like whooped the shit out of the spider. And so I went and got the shotgun too. And that was all she wrote for the rest of the bosses. We just swapped to my Dual Fury, even without mods and stuff. The Dual Fury was so good back then that we just annihilated everything. Well, poop. Yeah, I would not have probably figured that out on my own. It was convenient that I ended up in a group with somebody who knew what they were doing. Okay, it looks like I'm gonna have to go around this way and up. But yeah, I've been really enjoying the new update to Once Human. And they've got crossplay on mobile coming here real soon. The mobile launch is coming out sometime this month at the end of the month. So, gonna be able to play the game on mobile. That's gonna bring in so many more players. Hopefully, also brings in some viewers. Yeah. I like that it's a PC game that's being ported to mobile. You know, everything still looks really nice. Game still feels really good to play. The the UI doesn't feel super mobile gamey. Now it's going over to mobile, and so I mean, mobile gaming platforms are just, I mean, even phones are just so strong nowadays that you don't have to lose the quality to have a decent game on mobile. And they have so many options for, you know, attaching controllers and different stuff like that that you don't even really need to mess with the control scheme. As long as you've got a decent control scheme, um, really kind of good. So yeah, should be should be a great time. I'm very excited about it. Black, I want to fight that void dude. Okay, this dude just ran down next to me. Where you going, bud? Sometimes things get a little glitchy. Oh, break out my jelly bean here. I just got raffle stomped. This mechanic dude is kicking my ass. Well, that was painful. I need to see about leveling up a couple of times so I can wear my tier 4 gear. That I can just kill those things. Where are we at? Yeah. Okay, one more level. Definitely need to get that done real quick. Um, Probably the best way to do that is going to be to go into commissions. Just do my week 2 commissions. Ooh, still don't have week 2 commissions yet. Okay. That's not great. Like the base building and display stuff, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, so I think um, this game does a good job of balancing a couple of things, like, sort of the cozy feel of building your base and having your gardens and raising animals and stuff like that. Um, so while you're in your base and doing your stuff in your base, it's got a real cozy game kind of a feel to it. And then, it gives you a lot of control over how difficult the game is going to be, right? You've got the novice servers, you've got normal servers, you've got these lunar servers where you get really, really difficult enemies late at night. Um, and you don't have to feel like not playing the absolute hardest server all the time is holding you back, because I don't really feel like uh, progression, like the overall progression for your account, is that much different based on whether or not you're playing the harder server or the easier server. It's just about, your personal fun and stuff. So I'm with you. I don't typically build really intricate bases. Um, I like building bases for functionality. So, like my PvP base is a little more intricate, but you'll see right now my PvE style bases are always just flat planks, and they just like have all of my structures. All of this extra stuff you see is actually one of my viewers um, is playing. Let's see, that's a viewer. I think there are a couple of bases around here for viewers, and then one of my viewers came over and like changed some of my tiles and stuff like that, prettied up my base for me a little bit. That's not really me. Oh, did he give my dude a toy? And he connected the electricity. People like to take care of me because I don't really pay attention to my base in PvE. I just kind of throw it down and whatever happens, happens. Sometimes they come over here and save me from myself. Yeah, so right now I just have the one deviant in there. Um, my space-time backpack on my main character has a lot more deviations. I went and got all the shinies. Um, and I have tons and tons of deviants. I've played 3 or 4 seasons now of this game. I have a ton of stuff, but I just haven't ported any of it in to this server yet. Yeah, there's alternate colors now. So instead of just the yellow jelly, there's also a blue jelly, a red jelly, and a pink jelly. There's a couple extra colors of butterflies. There's a ton of different types of nutcracker. And so not only are they different colors, but they have special abilities. Like the blue jelly, every time you pull them out, it'll give you either plus 5% elemental damage or plus 5% weapon damage while he's out, on top of healing you. Yeah, they're a lot of fun to run around and collect. Mostly they drop in all the same places that whatever the regular version is. So you farm the first boss for the jellies, and then there's just like a small chance that you'll get a blue one or a pink one. I actually did like an 18-hour stream. Well, I think we did 12 hours and 6 hours. When they very, very first came out, we killed the first boss for 12 hours straight, And this was back when the drop rates were a little different. When it first came out, it was actually a lot harder to get them. Now it's quite a bit easier. But we did a 12-hour straight stream, and everybody else from the viewers who came and farmed the jelly with me got at least one, if not multiple, shinies, and I didn't get a single fucking one. I was so angry. 12 hours of getting my ass handed to me. My favorite was the dinosaur cook, all the noise he made. Yeah, Chephosaurus. So there's a couple of shinies for Chephosaurus, and the P-Clash actually has a special. I guess it's not shinies for Chephosaurus. There's different types because there's like Pyro Dino now, which is just a Pyro version of the Chephosaurus. And then there's Berserkosaurus Rex, which is one of the P-Clash deviations. So Prism versus Clash has prismatic deviations that drop, and when you secure them, you gain points. And it's like a faction warfare point thing. But then if you secure the special Berserkosaurus Rex, then you actually get to keep that deviation for yourself. And there's only like 3 of them that drop during a season overall. So it's very, very rare. But yeah, no, they've done some really great things, I think, with the game. I've been really enjoying. I need to go in here, unlock. Adrenaline shots. Here we go. I need to stop being stupid. I need to just make some freaking adrenaline shots so that when I die, I can keep on playing, not being dumb. Yeah, I mean, this game has a lot to offer. And especially if you're not like me, I play all day, every day. I can put in a good, 8 to 10 hours a day. And there's only so much content in this game. But if you're playing 2 to 3 hours a day, then there is more than enough content in this game, especially if you're taking it slow and just having a good time and not being crazy about it. Then there's tons to do. Eventually, if you play a ton, then you'll run out. Especially if you only like certain aspects of the game. That's the other thing too, I guess. If you like building and shiny hunting and farming animals and, raising your plants and doing the story and farming mods and all of this other stuff, then there's a pretty much unlimited amount of stuff to do. But if your main focus is just your builds and your mods and stuff like that, then you do have a tendency to kind of run stuff. There's a whole new system of hides that are in here. So now instead of just the regular deer hide, you have highland deer hides, forest deer hides, tundra deer hides, and you can see they change things. So damage reduction plus 5% while scoped, damage reduction plus 5% while sprinting, damage reduction plus 3% while moving, damage reduction plus 5%. So based on the gear slot that you're crafting and the hide that you're using, it'll change and give you a little buff. It's not a huge buff, but it's a little buff. And you can raise the creatures, and they'll have traits that give them the special hides. So now there's tons of stuff to do when it comes to going out and collecting creatures, which is super dope. Just all the freaking things, man. Liked exploring areas I wasn't supposed to be in? Yeah, for sure. So I try and keep myself at the tier that the game expects me to be at. So, as I go into a new region, I'm always a tier below that region until I gather up enough of the resources within the region to get the next tier, and then everything gets quite a bit easier. Because I'm with you, I like that brief little moment where I'm not quite good enough to be in the zone that I'm in yet. And so things take, a couple extra shots to kill and stuff like that. It gives you that sense of progression each time you go into a new region. And I just take things nice and slow and get it done over time. No sense in getting crazy about it. But the new vehicle stuff is really cool. I just can't get over being able to jump. Even the 18 wheeler and the truck have a jump now. So much fun. Every vehicle can drift now. Like, they have a legit drift. Very, um, the stuff like the cross character progression and, having all of your cosmetics go across character. And when it comes to EU and NA, even cross region, is such a positive consumer focused change to the game. Um, because there were definitely a lot of people early on who were playing EU or NA and then started moving over to different regions and rebuying some of their cosmetics and stuff. And I don't know that every single cosmetic still runs cross region, but the ones that I have all do. And so, very happy to see some really consumer focused changes being made and not trying to just get you to spend as much money as possible. Granted, the loot boxes and stuff in this game are still very predatory, and I don't like loot boxes and I don't like chance. I think that's bad, but they are trying to. Yeah, I've played the Prism versus Clash and the Evolutions Call scenario. I've played in both of the PvP scenarios. I really like Prism versus Clash. I think it's a lot of fun. Later, we're going to do some stuff on this Manibus server right now, but a little later today, I'm going to jump on my P Clash character and we're going to go do some PvP and stuff as well. Like some PvP in this game. It doesn't feel quite as sweaty. Probably about to get killed. Base thing is going to kick my ass. Stupid tanky fucker. He's coming over here. He's taking a long way around. Okay, show your face. Where'd this phase dude go? I thought he was coming over towards me. This is not going particularly well. There we go. Oh, I didn't pick up my adrenaline shots. I suck. Can't believe I forgot to get my adrenaline shots. And I'm talking to myself because I hit my mute button. Wonder how long that's been going on. Whoopsie. Alright, lunar events up. Get the enemies. Got him. And last one's up there. Bye-bye. Trying to explode on me. Ooh. Come on out, Jelly Bean. Hey, and we hit that level 30. What's up? What's up? New specialization. It's very exciting. Let's go ahead and drink my tea. Stop having my sanity go down. I've been attacked. No, not again. Well, boop. Alright, let's go respawn in my territory here and do some territory things. Like get our new gear made. It is time. Some tier 4 action. To make tier 4, we're gonna need to go ahead and upgrade to where we can make aluminum. There's a zombie in my base. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, this is interesting. My gun is broken. Okay, let's go to repair real quick. Let's repair this gun. So this level 1 zombie. He's about to come. Yeah, this lethal bunny. About to come over here and harvest this bear in my base. Okay, well, that was interesting. Get aluminum. Get tungsten. Stardust. getting some hides. Where'd this deer go? Holy cow. Ooh, that one's real pretty looking. Very majestic white stag. Ooh, got a tundra deer hide. Not really gonna help me right this moment. Also getting all these milks, and I don't really need any of the milks right now. Something we're gonna have to do eventually is on our permanent server here. Hey, what's up, Hugo? Yeah, I've decided that in an effort to try and avoid some of the crashing and stuff that I was having, and because the most people watch this game at 5 o'clock in the morning, that I was just going to start waking up at 5 and streaming starting at 5, and then try and stream until about 2 or 3 in the afternoon, so get about a 9 or 10 hour stream in. And hopefully that helps grow the channel and avoid some of the issues I've been having in the evening. But we'll see. 3 a.m. Goodness, brother. Why'd you have to get up so early? That sucks. Hey, what's up, Blighted? How are you today? Welcome. Decent. Trying to make mods for... Oh, okay. Making mods is incredibly difficult. Been there, tried that, fucked it all up. Need to prepare a lot of stuff today. I'm gonna go home, take my kids to school, take a nap, and back to work. Ooh, gross. You at least gonna get off early if you're gonna be there so early? So you can, like, have the evening off? Throw some blocky stuff around in Unreal Engine, and it blows up. You did something wrong. It doesn't, you did it perfectly. I like it. I like it. You're not gonna get off until 9 p.m. Yo. What the fuck is this? Have any of y'all ever swam in here? There's a secret. Yo. Ooh. Let's get some light in here. Oh, everyone went quiet because I had muted myself. I've been talking this whole time. Been talking this whole time. I'm just really good at muting myself while I'm talking because I need to clear my throat or something like that. And then I forget to turn myself back on because I'm like the worst streamer on the platform, let me tell you. But yes, 14 hours is definitely too much. Holy crap. Unless you've got some serious equity in that company, you were getting hosed. Um, you could just use the TTS, Blighted. TTS is good for basically everything.
Mr. Blighthead says unmute yourself at once.
Here we go. That's why that was the first thing that I put in there, is because it kind of allows people to create their own little somethings, you know? Okay. We've got our aluminium here. So let's go make our weapons. We're going to start with just this. Make our armor next, and then if we still have everything we need, we can make crossbow as well. Let's wait for Unreal Engine 4.27 to install. Good old Unreal Engine. Insufficient energy links. Insufficient energy links. Why I oughta. It's not that it isn't real, it's that it's unreal. If it was a lie, if it wasn't real, it would be non-real. Like non-real numbers. Unreal is something else. The prefix un, hang on. We're gonna go look this up right now. Time for an English lesson. Un prefix. The prefix un generally means not or opposite of, and is used to form the opposite meaning of a word such as unhappy, meaning not happy. Okay, you know what? You're right. Unfair means not fair. Unseen means not seen. Unreal. Meaning. So strange as to appear imaginary, not seeming real. So, while typically un is supposed to mean the opposite, it seems that specifically in the case of real, unreal is more of an emotional context. So if something is non-real, that would mean that it does not exist, like a non-real number. And then unreal seems to be more about something seeming to be non-real. I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to make it sound like I'm smarter than I am. But I feel like those two words, right, non-real and unreal, don't seem like synonyms to me. Maybe it's just because of the way we use them. But like, when I say, "Oh my gosh, that's unreal," I mean like that's insane. That's so crazy that I can't believe it. But when I say something is non-real, like a non-number, I mean that number doesn't exist. So maybe it's just because of the way we use it and not really because of the etymology of the word. Um, we went to the city for a reason. I need to try and get energy links. What else can I teach you? I can't really teach you very much. I didn't even graduate high school, so I can teach you how to drop out of school and grow up to be a loser. That's a thing that I'm very familiar with. Let's see, I don't need these vanadium crystals anymore. Let's sell all those. don't need this hot dog. Well, I joined the Navy, so you can do that. Um, but other than that, not much. I did get my GED, which is the high school equivalency test in the US. So if you don't graduate high school, you can effectively prove that you have a high school level education. Yeah, Navy's the water military. So if you don't have a GED, well, that's not true. In the US, even if you have a GED, you can't join the military unless you also went to college for a little while. Well, can't join the Navy. Can join other branches in the military. You can't join the Navy unless you have also gone to college for a while. So I did do 3 semesters of college, and I took my GED exam and got my GED. So I do have like a high school equivalency. It's all very confusing. Why drop out? Because I didn't like school. Me and school don't get along. Right. But so I got my first job when I was 15. And I just didn't see the point of going to school because there was nothing that I was learning that I couldn't learn on my own. I mean, when I took my GED, I basically aced the high school equivalency. I didn't drop out of school because I couldn't complete school because I didn't know enough because I wasn't able to learn it. I dropped out of school because it was fucking boring and the people there suck because teenagers are some of the most awful motherfuckers on earth. And so I was just tired of going. There was no point. It wasn't fun. It wasn't fun, and I didn't feel like I was learning anything that I couldn't learn on my own. And so I dropped out. I think that's pretty much everywhere. There are kids getting bullied in every country, not a US specific thing. People suck all around the world. Not every person sucks, but there are people who suck everywhere. And I don't want to be around people who suck. Ooh, I completed a journey. Patapons? I don't know what Patapons is. Is that a video game? Hmm. Yeah, nope, never even heard of it. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. Rhythm games are fun. Probably the most entertaining rhythm game that I've ever played was Donkey Kong Country Beat, where they made a special controller for the game. They had the bongos. That game was super fun. I like rhythm games. They're interesting. I think it's a um, mechanic that should try to be incorporated into other game genres. Because I think that it could add a lot, rhythms of attack patterns and stuff like that that you could use um, to set up certain combos and I mean all kinds of different stuff like that. Would really love to see maybe some RPGs and stuff. And it doesn't need to be a rhythm game. It doesn't need to always be about the rhythm, but having some very specific aspects of the game have that mechanic would add another layer of skill to certain aspects of the game and a different type of skill to certain aspects of the game. Because I think that that's something we lose a lot in a lot of video games is we don't have multiple skill paths, like player skill, not in-game skills, um, but player skills. So rhythm is a skill, and um, aiming is a skill, and deck building is a skill, and all of these different skills would affect the game differently and really broaden the number of people who are good at the game and really narrow the number of people who can be and really narrow the number of people who can be really exceptional at the game because you can't master all of these different skills. As things stand a lot now, in a lot of different games, the number of skills that you as a player have to master are fairly small. And uh, so as long as you follow a build and then master the one skill, whether it be aiming or whatever, then you can just master the game. And so I think broadening that would be a really good idea. I don't know that I've played a single remastered game that I thought was worth the remaster. If I want to go play that old game, I'll just go play the old game. Maybe it's because personally I don't really care very much about graphics. Most of the time when games get remastered, they're just trying to get you to buy the game again. You're not really gaining anything out of it. Will it, though? Will it fix bugs? I have a sinking suspicion that it won't. I have a sinking suspicion that the same bugs will exist. Because that's just usually what happens. Or new bugs will get introduced, or... I could have sworn I saw an enemy run back in here. Oh, there he is. Fucking weird. Been a whole 18 years since they released. I mean, that's fine though. I don't mind the old school graphics. Old school games were typically very mechanically sound. And so a lot of times when they get remastered, I feel like they try and do too much with the graphics and stuff and end up having like a worse overall experience. I don't know. Things were just so simple back then, you know? Hitboxes were actually boxes, and collision meshes were like really general shapes, and I mean, if it's something you want, you should definitely get it. For sure, for sure. Just don't let them weaponize your nostalgia against you. To try and run off with all your monies. Jump up the hill, jump up the hill. Boing. 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 Hey, there's a person. I saw another person. I'm so excited. But I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control and I think I like it. Alright, where are we gonna go? Let's go right up here. What's up, Henny127? Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Love to see those new names in the chat. How are you? Are you enjoying the new updates that have been made over the last month to Once Human? Sony fucked up the original remasters of the game, sadly. Well, that's because Sony fucks up a lot of shit. Streaming's been going great. Really great. Any, if you're going to tell me that you want to make digital art for me, I'm gonna have to tell you no. Up front. Not interested. No, Blighted, I don't want that either. That sounds great. I'll imagine it in my head. Then we don't even need a physical representation. That's fine. I am not gonna pay you money so that I can imagine my own art. That's never gonna be a thing. Never gonna be a thing. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. No. Here we go. Yeah. It was laggy as fuck. Kabooyah. 360. 360. I gotta admit, the fact that I only get asterism crates and I don't get fragments from completing these POIs on every character anymore really makes it so that there's not very much reason to complete the POIs. Which is too bad, because that's really all the content there is in the first couple of phases. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if there's a better way to do it. I understand they're trying to stop people from just making tons and tons of characters, then, um, using that to max out all their blueprints by getting tons of fragments. But, like, you've created this content. This is, I mean, a huge part of the content of the game is going through each of these different um, points of interest, and it's a huge part of the enjoyment of the game. And now you've just kind of taken out all of the value of it. Don't think that I like it. Okay, maybe stop shooting random shit at me. There we go. We got him. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. I exploded all of your heads. Your head explodes. Hate all of the different kinds of spiders in this game. We really need to check that. I don't think there needs to be like 18 different kinds of creepy crawlies. One little old game. I don't mind the flying enemies, right? The little flying critters. We can have 18 kinds of those. It's totally fine. Just the spiders. Give me the heebie-jeebies. Let's go ahead, actually, and get back to my base here. And let's make some new bullets. And some crossbow bolts. So I can actually use my crossbow some. If I'm gonna do that, I need to go ahead and upgrade to a tier 4 crossbow. Ammo. Ammo. Over here to gear. Oh, whoops. Okay. And we'll keep the accessory bin. And we've got our accessories on here. Oh, cool. Cool, cool, cool. So let's see. How much ammo do I have here? Almost 1,000. So all we really need to worry about making some copper arrows. 105 copper arrows? Sure, that seems fine. Oh, talking to myself again. Right. Got some of these. So now we can go around and shoot things with this. I do like the crossbow. It gives a very satisfying thwack when it gets fired. Just from a feel perspective, I think it's a lot of fun. We're going to finish up our Stellar Starway here soon. Very nice. Pretty much just in time for the next one to come up, which honestly I haven't gotten to play all that much this week since this new Stellar Starway has started. So I'm very happy with how long it takes to finish that up and get all of your Starcrum. I think it takes long enough that there are some people who are going to need to utilize some of the alternative avenues, like picking up asterism crates from the regions, the POIs, and maybe doing some of their cortexes and stuff like that. But for those of us who play a little more, maybe playing 10 to 15 hours a week, I think you're going to be able to get all the asterism you need just by, killing enemies and doing some basic stuff like that to get all your asterism. I did use a few asterism crates this time around, on a few of my new characters, but I didn't go back to my main character and use up like the horde of asterism crates they have. So again, that's kind of another nice thing is you can build up these asterism crates and just kind of hang on to them and wait. And then, maybe you want to take a break. Maybe you take, 2 or 3 weeks off. And so you don't get all your asterism. And, it's maybe the end of a cycle or something like that. And you want to just hop on for a quick second and throw down a bunch of crates so that you can max out your asterism. So that when you come back, you've got, some extra Starkroom to spend on whatever the banners are. Be real nice. Now that's not something that I personally would probably ever do, Crash. I don't tend to, when I take a break from a game, I don't tend to even log on to it at all. Because usually I play a game until I just completely burn out on it. And then I just don't even want to look at it while I'm taking a break. So that's not really an option for me. But for people with a little bit healthier gaming habits, it certainly is an option. And I think will be a good one. Get a little cross country here. Whenever you see me shake the screen like that, that's actually me yawning. When I yawn, like my whole body shakes. Yo, what's up, zombie? What's up, Gravy? How are y'all today? Glad to see you. Every single time you get in my chat, zombie, I can't get that stupid song out of my head. Every single time. Zombie, 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 hey, hey. I think it's specifically because you have your name as Zombie instead of regular zombie. And so in my head, it's got that same, like, zombie sound. And so every time it just pops in there. You're literally ruining my life. Yeah, I was really surprised. Um, Everywhere I've gone, though, Survival Hermit is just available. And I didn't really think it would be taken up from a video game perspective because the survival genre is only really now gaining popularity in the last, 4 or 5 years, maybe. But I honestly kind of expected, like, YouTube and stuff like that to have somebody who was, a survivalist and a hermit, somebody who spent a lot of time out in the woods and stuff alone, to have had the name taken. I have had zero issues, getting it on Blue Sky, getting it on Twitch, getting it on YouTube, getting it on every video game I play. I haven't had any problem at all. And that is not very common. What if the Oit Outdoor Boys were called Survival Hermit? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That somebody from the outdoors would have that name already. But so far, nothing. So far, nothing. Boom. Down the mountain we go. That's right. There can only be one. If anybody else tries to take my name, I'll go Highlander on their ass. Oh, it's about to be 9. Hee hee. Hee hee. Ah. Away from me. Not really a new crossbow build. I'm just kind of using the crossbow as a backup to the sculpt lore because they're both very static or status and elemental damage based. So they just mix well together. So it gives me something to do other than just constantly, why? Oh no. Oh no. We got the bad dudes. I didn't drink my tea. I'm a dum-dum face. Healed up here. Tree boy appears. Anything but the tree boy. Hey, fuck off, dude. I'm so terrified of the tree boys. Oh, I thought they moved whenever you weren't looking at them. So these ones only move if your sanity is low. That's very nice. That's very, very nice. Get away, tree boy. April Fool's Twitch drop event. What if they never drop? That would be hilarious. if they never dropped. I would laugh for days. I would laugh for days. I mean, that's totally a fucked up thing to do, but also hilarious. Yeah, there's a new Twitch drop event going on, Hugo, for Once Human. So, you know, if you want some cosmetic drops, come watch on Twitch. Because I got the drops on. Oh no. It's a lunar spawn. Oh, no one got them? Wait, are you serious that it was a freaking April Fool's? That's so wrong. Freaking lunar spawns, dude. Out of here. Gee. They might give it later after saying haha joke's on you, but here's your gift anyway. I hope so. I hope they didn't just trick everybody into watching on Twitch and not get anything. I mean, I would laugh, but also, that's fucked up. Okay, homie needs to stop chasing me around. Is that another one? Yep, that's another one. Oh shit. Okay. We are not going to be able to complete this. I am getting waxed right now. Yeah, especially as you're leveling up. Once you hit tier 5 and you can start, like, really working on your build, they're not so bad. But as you're leveling up and going through the game, they are fucking rough, dude. Just straight whooping my ass. 31 or something like that. Yeah, 31. So I'm at the low end of tier 4. Doing tier 4 zones. Need to see. That's tier 4. Gloves are tier 4. I just need mask, pants. Okay, let's go disassemble some stuff. Get some of the things I need here. Need my pants. Need my boots. Alright, need some more metallic fibers. Got it. We're probably gonna just go ahead and hang out until this lunar event is over. There's just no way that I'm gonna kill those lunar spawns. I guess I could go like farm up some resources and kill those things, but meh. Meh. I'm very excited. 3 more hours until we get our new phase on Prism versus Clash. So we're definitely going to try and be there like right as the new phase starts and go into the new zone. Start shooting some people, because that sounds like fun. Find some people who are trying to like clear the new zones and stuff. Just give them a little love tap with the sniper rifle. Do a little sneaky sneaky. Get away from me. Just trying to have a nice nap. Gotta be a butthead. Stupid ass deviant indeed. No need for being a buttface, you know? Just when you're having the impulse to be a buttface, just don't. It's not that hard. Not that hard at all. So something I just realized, and something I'm going to start doing on both of my accounts, is if you make the fruit teas and then just leave them in the cooker, then they don't start decomposing. I think I knew this already. I just didn't know it, you know? So I picked up these fruit teas today, and they didn't start decomposing until I picked them up. So I'm just going to start cooking my fruit teas and then just leave them in there, because that's great. Then tomorrow I'll just already have them. I think it's a very good idea. That. Let's go ahead and change. Yeah, we need to get rid of a ton of these. Now, here's what I don't know. So it's probably better. Actually, let's do this on my main character. So you don't share armor and weapon parts for mods across characters. It's character specific. So you probably need to identify a character who is going to be like your mod character and get all of your mod parts for armor and weapons on that person, because you can always just tier up your mods on that character. So because this is going to end up being one of my um characters that I do. Thanks. Anyway, so this is going to be the character that I do most of my modding and stuff on. So I want to go ahead and go in here and just disassemble all of these mods on this character because I have all of my weapon and armor parts and stuff on here. So I would just, whoever your main has always been, try and remember to come through and do this periodically on that character because you only get to have 2,000 mods. And especially if you're playing multiple scenarios, you're going to be going through and picking up, weapon and armor crates as you clear the zones and stuff like that. And you're going to end up with a lot of garbage mods. I like to keep only the ones that are plus 10 and above. So we're going to go through here, and anything that's not N plus, we're not going to worry about. And it always goes so we're in ascending order from left to right. So if you check each new side here we've got 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's the first 10, I think. Nope, that's 10. That's 10. That's 10. And this is 9. Ooh. I delete all and start new. You just delete all of your mods? Are you a crazy person? Or you delete it all until when the nightmare stuff came out? Is that what you mean? If you delete all of your mods and start all over again every scenario, you are insane. You can also search all that have whites and green and delete those first. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I don't mind the ones that have whites and greens. Like, if it had purple, blue, blue with a white, then I would want to keep it. To me, it's all about the overall level. And I only keep the 10s because 5 10s and 1 11 makes a guaranteed 11 or 12. When you do the conversion. Deleted them. Yeah, so I fucked up. The very first scenario I ever played, I started farming mods in Leolab. But I was only farming them on the first boss because I was really only the only boss that I could do. And so I was just farming Leolab over and over and over and wasted a mess ton of controllers. How do I not have any energy links? This game is trying to upset me. It seems like it was an accident, zombie. You'll only search white/greens if it has a purple or blue. It won't show up. Oh, okay. So just, yeah. Well, so I mean, that's kind of the same thing as um, when I search it in reverse order or whatever. So that the lowest ones are at the top because I can just go through and I know up until the first 10, every one of them is a 10. Or every one of them is a 9 or lower. I can just click everything. With all my grenades and stuff, it's not like I ever use those freaking things. Okay, now we can go back down here and finish this without getting just absolutely murdered. Yeah, so Hugo, is English not your first language? Because you're putting things in the present tense instead of the past tense. So instead of click, it would be clicked. And so what's freaking us out is it sounds like you do it multiple times based on the words that you're using because you're using the present tense. So what it sounds like you're saying is that periodically you just delete all of your mods and start over. Instead of just, one time I accidentally deleted all of my mods and had to start over. And so that's where we were getting a little confusion. One-handed. Oh, okay. Got it. So you're using a shortened version. Yeah. Yeah. So just not having the ED in there makes it seem like this thing that you just do from time to time. And that was making you sound like a crazy person. This does pretty good damage even when you can't get the crits off or the weak spots off. Pretty decent. Oh, no, no worries, Hugo. I'm just letting you know kind of where the confusion was at. I think that language is really interesting. And especially, I understand that obviously English is apparently your first language, but because the internet has allowed so many people from so many different cultural backgrounds and languages to start interacting with each other, I think it's really interesting to see like how people who maybe don't speak English first interact with conjugation and stuff like that because it's different in all of their different languages. And so it's really interesting to see how like primarily English speakers understanding of language has started to happen and how even people in the US who maybe only speak English have started to adopt some of the alternative mannerisms that non native speakers use in English. And our language is actually starting to mirror some of the language rules of other languages because of those online interactions. So I really like to examine, why do people have misunderstandings? What's causing the misunderstanding? Stuff like that's just really, really interesting to me. This is the only reason I brought it up and explained it all about why we were misunderstanding. I think those two were like chasing a bunny or something. It was freaking me out. Totally freaking me out. I've cleared this zone, haven't I? No, I need to find one more weapon or armor crate, which will be up inside of here. You just die? Thanks. Ah. Flop. Flop. Oh, this crossbow is fun. I keep... Whoa. Big ugly. I keep getting surprised by enjoying this crossbow. I keep not expecting to want to use it. But like I don't really have to worry about reloading, right? Because it's just one shot, so it's just always doing the little reload animation. I don't have to worry about really anything. I just point and click. Got great one-shot potential, does tons of damage, super duper fun. Like I ain't got no legs. The AoE on it's pretty decent. I mean, it could be better. It's decent. I did think that the weapon or armor crate was going to be up top. Seems like it might actually be down here, though. Did I not get the weapon or armor crate earlier? I thought I got one in here. Maybe it's actually up here. There we go. Got my gear crate. I gotta go a long ways up there. Holy shnikes. Holy shnikes.
Wyatt says hi, my name is what my name is who my name Chicka Slim Wyatt.
Hi, my name is what? My name is who? My name is Chicka Slim Shady. What? How are you today? Good to hear. Good to hear. Do you want to watch me stick 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids? Oh, okay. Well, you know, I appreciate that you came by to say what's up. Make use of the text-to-speech. And remind me of a very good song. Sure, what, Mustang? I misunderstand. Or was that in response to me sticking 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids? Hi, kids. Do you like violence? Want to watch me stick 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids? It's part of the song. I'm not actually gonna stick nails in my face. That sounds painful. I think maybe not. I think that the reason that it's in there is in reference to 9-inch Nails, the band, but it's an Eminem song. I think he specifically uses 9-inch nails for that reason. But I got a logging beaver. Gotcha. Oh yeah. We got him, boys and girls. We got him. I think his stream might be a little behind Wyatt, but I think mostly caught up. Just sometimes Mustang, the YouTube player, will lag your stream. And so it seemed like earlier you might have been a little bit behind. Specifically a YouTube problem. Let's see. We need 2 weapon or armor crates, which there should be one right down around over here, I think. Is. And then I need to go activate the Rift Anchor. Mustang, if you want to play with me and some of the other viewers, depending on what style you want to play, we're playing on 142 for PvE for this Manibus server. So you're welcome to come over here, and there's another viewer who views on Twitch. His name is Drat. He's the one who's like the leader of our hive. Welcome to come on over here and play with us if you'd like. Interact with the other viewers and stuff on Twitch or on Discord if you'd like to do that, or just start up and play on your own, whatever. I don't typically do a ton of like playing together and stuff like that while I'm streaming, because I want to make sure that I'm giving my focus to chat and not to just the 1 or 2 people who I'm also playing with. Yo, this thing has stupid amounts of health. What is going on right now? Or if you prefer to play the PvP, I'm the only one over there right now, I think. But I'm playing on server 63 on NA for PvP on the Prism versus Clash scenario. I'm a pretty bad teammate. Like I said, I usually focus more on the stream, and I don't really play a ton off stream. So, you'd probably just be better off picking a server, you know, if you have friends or something that play or something like that. But especially if you want to make friends with some of the other viewers and play with them, getting on to 142 is probably a good call. Yo, why does this Mother of Life have, like, an infinite HP pool? What in the hell is going on over here? On the 27th, nice. I'm looking forward to that. That is going to be so good for viewer numbers on the stream, I think. This is like a straight up mini boss. I don't like the purple haze. Let me out of the purple haze. I do not mean Foxy Lady. I mean crazy, obnoxious, annoying mini boss of doom. Right. Cleared up this zone. No. No, I don't. Ow. I crashed into the wall. I mean, once human checking patch files is taking so long. Did you finally figure out how to make it stop glitching out on you? Also, aren't you at school? What are you doing? Checking your video game files. No, this is the same map. This is the Manibus. It's the same first season. There is the Way of Winter map, which covers this whole area up here. And then we haven't gotten this area over here yet. So there's only two maps right now. We've got Way of Winter up in the top, and we've got Manibus down here on the bottom. Okay. I thought you were at school already. About to say, dude, focus on your studies. Otherwise, you're gonna grow up to be a loser like me, sitting around playing video games. Got to stay in school. Alright, let's get on up here. Teleport.
Wyatt says Coot from Hermit. Stay in school or you will be a bum like me.
That's right. Why aren't these people dying in one shot? This is a tier 4 gun, right? Did I accidentally switch back to my tier 3? No. Okay. Just die in one shot. Thank you. How do you spell quote? Quote? You got the U and the O backwards, I think. I wouldn't quote me on that, though. I am terrible at spelling. We got him, coach. We got him. Goodness. Oh my goodness. I hate things that don't have weak spots. My build relies so heavily on weak spots. Do I press Nightbloom Sect, Artistic Doors, Windows, Collection, Path of Dawn, or Chrono Vault? What now? Talking about the the shop stuff? I think those are all just like event things. The new loot crate is the Nightbloom Sect. The Chrono Vault is the new event. Oh. Let's see. Visional Wheel, Spectral Hunt, haven't killed any enemies. More, mail verification, don't care. Yeah, okay. What do I do? It says enter game, enter Eternal Land, settings, repair client. Okay. I'll go back out to the opening page with you. So we go to exit game, we go to relog in. This should be where you're at right here. Right? So right up here is your character and server select. So you click this, and you'll see in the middle a list of all your characters. If you don't have any characters, then you pick a server to start on. Now, whatever the last character that you were playing is going to be the character right here. So if you hit enter game, that'll take you into the server and you'll actually play. Eternal Land is your little private buildable island. And then repair client is just making sure that you have all your game files and stuff. So if you're having an issue with the game, clicking repair client will help. And then you've got settings, user center, exit game. I don't even know what the user center is. But enter game just takes you back into the regular game. You create a character on server 142. So if you go up to where it said switch character and server, click right here, and then you come down to Manibus. So this is the scenario that we're on, is the Manibus scenario. And this is the server we're playing on right here, PvE 01x0142. It's an NA server. Oh, you know what? Maybe it was still working. I don't know. In that case, let me go in real quick. Let's go to profile, use special invitation code. So JFJ 5LU. Put it in here so you can copy it. JFJ 5LU. So that's my invite code for this server. So now you should be able to use that invite code to get into this server. You'll probably want to keep it capitalized. So JFJ and LU need to be capitals. Because a lot of times these things are case sensitive. Cool. Don't worry about trying to catch up or anything like that. Take your time, go slow. Hold spacebar. Usually skips cutscenes. It says down in the bottom left of the screen. Sorry, bottom right, not bottom left. All right, clear and clear. I think the only thing we have left is to clear the area around the boss and clear the boss. And then we'll be good to go. We're going to go up here and get this teleport. This teleport's actually pretty important. And then we'll clear this boss. Have a It's getting chilly. Yeah, have a good day at school, Wyatt. Go learn something. Go learn you something. Alright, I'm gonna run back to base. I was gonna beat the boss before I worried about lunch, but I also need to use the restroom real quick. Well, not really lunch, sort of second breakfast. So, yeah, I'm gonna take a quick little break here. I'm gonna grab me a little something to eat while we get through this lunar event, which means that these zombies are gonna come after me. So, instead of being in my base, I'll be over here where there's no zombies. Yeah. So I'm going to leave you all here for just 1 second. I'm going to go use the restroom and get a little something to eat, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, we back. Got some peanut butter and jelly tacos again. Ooh, yeah. I love tacos. Pretty much, yeah. Basically, everything I eat comes in a corn tortilla. I like peanut butter and jelly tacos while I'm streaming because they're quick and they're sweet, and I like it. But I also have never tried peanut butter and pickles. I love peanut butter and I love pickles. Those two things together make me want to gag. I don't believe you. I think you're trying to trick me into eating something disgusting. If I ever have pickles again, I'll give it a shot. I don't buy pickles very often, though. If one day I try it, and it's disgusting though, I'm going to remember this. It's strange enough, I'll just remember them. The next time I see pickles, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's right. I remember now. Has to be the sour pickles, not the sweet ones. Those are effing gross. Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, I love dill pickles. I'll put bread and butter pickles on um, on a sandwich. I can get behind that. But if I'm just gonna eat a pickle, it needs to be a dill pickle. 100%. All right, let's go finish up this region here. Go kill this boss. Get this last little zone done. Probably should have gone to sleep on my bed there and healed up, but whatevs. Whatever. I want action tonight. Satisfaction. Alright. That was a big old crash. Goodness. Okay. Let's kill the enemy. Holy shnikes. Got just about 500 stellar planula, which is about 50 of those crates, I think, for mods, which is awesome. There's so many ways to get mods now. You don't necessarily get really good mods in all of these different ways. But you get enough chances that you're bound to get a couple of good ones. That's good enough. A dude out. Alright, we just need the one weapon or armor crate and 5 more normal enemies. The weapon or armor crate is down inside. So I'll probably take these enemies out. And then just come back out after I've gone in to fight the boss. Broke my leg. My little duder got summoned like underneath the mesh or something. Alright, so we'll go find this weapon or armor crate. When we come back out of this boss fight, there will be a couple of enemies respawn here. And then I'll just kill them, finish up this zone, and then this region will be all the way done. And then we'll go do some P-Clash. Or should we keep going to the next region? Hey, what's up, Damien? How are you today? Maybe we keep doing the Blackfell region, actually. Get up to tier 5. Because we're not getting the next phase. Nice, good job. Good job. Took me forever to kill Ravenous Hunter, then after I won I realized that none of my gear had mods on it. I was running around in tier 1 no mods? Yeah. That'll cause a problem. Oh, you little. Or you could just be like me and have mods on all your gear and be in almost all tier 4 gear. Still just get killed. That could be a thing. I was gonna try and use this door. That didn't work. Okay. Oh, uh-huh. This is going really well. Let me tell you, just so well. Yeah, well, because I was a little busy getting my butt kicked by the other things. Please? Okay, that was really cool. It let me hit him one time, and then every time after that, I was doing no damage. Okay, can I finish making the rest of my gear tier 4 now? Can that be a thing? Boots and mask. No hide, okay. We'll get one more hide. Oh, man, I got it. There's duders over here. But it was so easy to just go get. Okay, everything's tier 4 now. Holy goodness. Because going through to check these armor pieces to see if I have the stuff that I need to upgrade them sucks an enormous pile of dicks. Because you have to go through and click every single one of these stupid freaking buttons. It's why I have tons of fragments. Right? I got 27, 35, 4. I have almost 5,000 weapon fragments. And 1,000 something, almost 2,500 armor fragments. Because that UI is absolute trash. I think the armor transfer system is great. And I'm glad that they did that because now more casual players can play more builds. But I want to just get all of my stuff up to 6 stars. So I'm just adding everything to the piece that it's the same as so that I get that double XP. And I'm not really worrying about the transferring. I've never seen him do that twice in one cycle before. That was interesting. He's doing it a bunch. Okay, this is enough of this. Oh, now he's just summoning more enemies. That's super cool. Yeah. Super cool. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm so tired of secondary mechanics on bosses not having weak spots. The spider egg sacs, this boss's little shooty minions, all of the weak spot guns are single shot weapons. So if you're gonna have mechanics like that, I can't use. You basically say no sniper rifles in bosses at this point. Just to prove how absolutely stupid this is, I am going to barely change my build. All right, we just naturally have plenty of bullets. Whoa, an ad roll. Who'd give you money? Oh, did it start out with an ad? Yeah. So I've got my ads turned all the way down. So it starts with a pre-roll ad, and then there should be just like no ads after that. Also, what's up? How are you today? Pretty sure I have my ads turned all the way down. I don't know. The honestly, the ads annoy me. As a growing channel, I wish I could just totally turn all of it off. Like I gain like 6 cents a day from ad revenue. It's completely useless. And all it does is make people want to click off. It annoys me that I don't have more control. I am currently just getting my ass kicked by this stupid dog. Well, shit. No, it's a feature. Causes you to do more damage. It's supposed to set you on fire. I didn't expect that to go that way. I am really confused by how strong this dog is. I've never failed to clear the easy mode of this boss. I am so confused by what's going on right now. Do I just like not have any mods on? Or what the fuck is going on? I don't know what to do about that. I love the Dual Fury. I think it's a great weapon. One of my favorites for sure. I have been getting my butt kicked. I don't know what's going on. I have a solution though. The solution is play a different character. If at first you don't succeed, pout and do something else. Yeah, it's Drat fucking with my base now. He's the one who put the bed and all of the, like, the glass floor and all that stuff on there. It's pretty funny. Don't care, don't care, don't. The bot is so random. It never stays like consistent at all about what it allows and what it doesn't. So annoying. Why? All right, so now that we're in here, let's go look at my filter here. 8 minutes until the dark side when we can go shoot at some people. While I'm waiting, because it knows you're a degenerate, Damien. Fucking degenerates. Every last one of you, too. Why do all the degenerates come to my chat? I'm not a degenerate. You lie. Mm-hmm. The auto mod is racist. Okay. Damien. But I'm an American. How can my auto mod hate my own nationality? That don't even make no damn sense. don't even make no damn sense. No, no, it really doesn't. That's why I live here in my fictional world. Just tune it all out and play video games. I gotta go fill up my water real quick. Alright, Lunar Oracle descends. Oh my goodness. 2 more minutes until this event starts. So let's get teleported over here. What do you mean unable to teleport in current state? My current state is standing here. Game? Swear to God. Oh, I don't have any freaking cone flowers. Okay, well, I'm not going out into the Lunar Oracle thing. Well, I might go out into the Lunar Oracle. I'm not going to the stupid event. Because I don't got no cone flowers. And I need some. Don't lose all my sanity. I have sanity in the game. I might be insane in real life, but my character has sanity in the game. I am definitely insane in real life. Is that what that person's name was? Oh, the internet. How ridiculous you are. Did I accidentally spawn phase 3? No. Thought I almost spawned phase 3 of this stupid lunar thing. Okay, sure thing, game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they had like a contest or whatever to see what it was going to be named. I remember when that happened. I remember. Because the internet is just a bunch of trolls. Right. Pull some water. This is what my bed looks like in real life. It's completely bare. I just sleep rolled up in my comforter. So I just lay my comforter out and then I lay down on top of it and then I fold the comforter over me. So much warmer than having sheets underneath and the comforter on top. So nice. Exactly. Like a little cocoon. What happened to my fruit teas? Oh, now I don't have enough logs to operate the stupid. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna lose my chill. Gonna lose my chill. This game expects me to take all the steps up to getting the things that I want to craft. Like, I can't just automatically have stuff without having to do the survival things and gather the resources. Ridiculous. I have to play the game. So dumb. Exactly. Totally unacceptable. Unacceptable. I don't think I've ever been so mad in my entire life. Alright, let's lay down in my bed and gain back all these HPs that this crap took away from me for no reason. Oh, we're gonna have a Paradise Lost event. Have we already gotten phase 2? Oh, we did already get phase 2. An hour ago. That doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, we're doing Prism vs. Lunar and Man vs. Lunar at the same time. Because now you have cross-character progression. So all of my characters just get all my blueprints and stuff. So I just do whatever the fuck I want now. It's great. I might make a Way of Winter character in a couple of days if I feel bored. Who knows? So much more room for activities now. I think I might be getting sick. I am not happy about it. Oh, you know what I can do? I think this character probably has a bunch of stellar planula. Let's go see. Oh no, this is not my main character. Whoops. Wrong one. Let's go to my main character then. Since we have to wait for 20 minutes anyway, before one of the prisms comes up. Let's go in character. Let's see about getting some stuff with my stellar plan. And maybe my sproutlets. What do you have? See, I got 5,300 sproutlets. I think I need 10,000. I might just save up the 5,000 and buy this bike thing. That's definitely what we're gonna do. But then this one, let's see. I only have 169, really? Oh, that's crazy. Well, means we can get 16 of these. So let's open these up. What build do I want to get these for? You know what I want is actually a good shrapnel build. Let's see about that. We get any high tier mods? We didn't really get any high tier ones there. Yeah, that's too bad. Those are mostly low tier. Won't really be keeping any of those. Okay, well, that was fun. I love how easy it is to switch characters. Now that we've got this cross-character progression, and I want to be playing lots of characters, I like that it only takes a minute or two. Or a moment or two, not a whole minute. Just a few seconds to get switched over to another character. Very convenient. This character won't have any stellar plan, y'all, but I guess, actually, we're in the next phase now. So I should probably go start clearing some stuff and looking at getting tier 4. Oh yeah, I think we go this way. Alright, into the next region. That's seriously all the area over here? No way. I could have sworn that this was a bigger zone. Have you played the game any more, Darkling, since the new updates came out all through April or all through March? With like the new vehicle update and all that stuff? The vehicle update is so good. Jumping is my favorite. Guess this really is the edge. That's crazy. Fucking crazy. We can harvest titanium out here. Right? Titanium? Tungsten, not titanium. There we go. We can harvest tungsten out here. But we can't quite get to tier 5 yet until this area opens. Which I'm pretty sure that area is not open until next phase, right? Yep. But if we can get tungsten, then it might be worth it just to go ahead and pull some platinum crystals over here. And just go to tier 5, honestly. Because everybody else is going to be playing in tier 5 anyway. So I might as well just clear all these zones, get myself up to level 50, or even just level 40. Start rocking the tier 5 gear. Being down a whole tier for a whole week doesn't sound like it's going to be that much fun. But let's at the very least get up here and get all of the tier 4 resources and stuff I need to get, because some of these will be required for making my tier 5. And I think I want to go ahead and just get a tier 4 weapon, because that'll make killing everything much easier. And then we can start working towards tier 5. Getting leveled. Armor won't matter so much, but definitely will. Before I start shooting things, I want to be a little careful. This is the PvP, or a PvP region. So okay, why isn't this enemy dying? I'm really, really tired of immortal enemies. That's getting old. Quickness. I think that might be an ally over there. An ally fighting an enemy. Damn. Ah, if only I hadn't fallen off the stupid camper. I mean, it's a good weapon, but people made it out to be like it was like this completely unstoppable force. But it doesn't kill things any faster than the average sniper rifle. It's just kind of like a mid-range. Honestly, I like having the pulse as a backup to a sniper. So if they catch themselves, or if they find you at a little bit of a closer range, where maybe you can't be zooming in and stuff as much, the pulse is really good. But I don't find it as overwhelmingly powerful as it was made out to be. I guess. I mean, like I said, I've enjoyed it. I've got it as my backup on my Manibus server for my why am I going over here from here? But it's my backup for my gold lure, and I enjoy it. It's a good weapon. But everybody on the PvP server seems to be using it. Pretty much everybody I run into out here is rocking the critical pulse. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Don't really understand it, but whatever. People can play whatever they want. I don't care. I guess maybe the reason people are using it when they're out in the open world is, they're doing PvE stuff, so they are building up the charges. So they're getting to use the charged version in PvP fights that are happening out in PvE zones. Maybe that's the thought process behind it. Like, hey, this is a really good PvE weapon, and it'll be really good at PvP when it's charged, so we'll use it out here. But I don't. I think I would probably rather have a different kind of crossbow. I don't know if I really like the charged. Like if there was a Fortress Warfare crossbow or Burning crossbow or something like that. It was really good. I'd probably use it instead. I'm not a big fan of the charge stuff. Just in general. Can I please attack a tree? Fucking apparently. There we go. Holy crap. Alright. Let's see if I can't track this person down. Shoot him in his stupid face. Fairly certain that's an ally. Because he's got the little white check mark on his head and I can't see his, I'm gonna be really upset if it's not an ally and I die right here, though. Hey, what's up, Drat? How are you today? Sorry I missed you yesterday. I think I finally figured out kind of what's wrong with my internet, though. We were used to be using a modem that was also our router. And then when my older brother left, he gave us the better modem and hooked it up to a router, but I think he hooked it up to a really old one. And so the throughput on the router just wasn't keeping up with our internet. So whenever we were doing like lots of things, like I was streaming and my little brother was doing stuff and stuff like that, it was kind of killing our internet. So I switched to the router. Hopefully this one has a better throughput for bandwidth. You having problems anymore? Maybe. See what happens. Yeah, this should be more my standard time from now on, Darkling. I'm going to start streaming at about 5 o'clock in the morning, my time. And try and keep the stream going until about 2 or 3 in the afternoon. I mean, there's so much to be able to do in this game now that there's really no point in not doing it. I mean, you've been playing for the entire time I took that break, though, so I still got some catching up to do, I guess. Oh, right. There's that mother of life there. She kicks my ass. I think it 2 more Manibus and then another winter. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely ready for some new things. This next scenario seems like it's going to be interesting. I wish that we were going to get um, it's what happens. If you don't start a game right away with somebody, then usually whoever brings somebody always just gets bored before everybody else does. Happens all the time. We do have some, hopefully, more stuff. You know, some more good survival games coming. We've got Crossout is coming, which is like pirates. So that'll be kind of interesting. Dune is coming out, but I think Dune is going to end up like a toxic PvP cesspool. At least they confirmed they will be opening the entire map. No. Oh, in a future scenario, but not in the one that's coming up right now. The one that's coming up right now is going to be on both maps, but not on them simultaneously. Apparently that was a mistranslation or something. No, the coming scenario is not a new area. Yeah. Better be careful talking shit to the bot. One of these days, the robots are going to rule the world. Right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the first bot that I really ever interacted with was ChatGPT, and I'm always really polite to it. Not not on purpose. It just kind of happens. I mean, it's so nice when I talk to it, right? When it gives me responses, it's always like, "Oh, that's a good question," or "Oh, that's a really interesting idea," or whatever nice things that it says to me. So, like, I just naturally kind of want to reciprocate that, right? Like, why wouldn't I be nice to it? I'm just waiting on this elite enemy to spawn so I can kill it so I can clear this zone.
Drat_ says be nice to the English butler. Or else.
Exactly. Where is my elite enemy? This is really boring. Can I please have my elite enemy back now? Hope it comes back before events start popping. Darkseid in 28 minutes, Chiron in 59 minutes. Yeah, this is gonna be way better. Instead of just one Darkseid every hour. Looks like we're gonna be getting a Darkseid and then either Chiron or Paradise. So every half hour now we'll start getting one. Which will be cool. that's pretty cool. Okay, game. What are you doing to me here? Must be an ally because I couldn't damage the truck. Oh, enemy. Seems lucky that I still have like 20 minutes left before there's anything else to do. Or I would be so mad. Look, I'm gonna get mad anyway. Just freaking respawn, dude. Okay, don't care anymore. Oh, whoops, forgot to get some aluminum. I guess we might as well get some tungsten too. Since it's here. First Manibus, I got a Mr. Wish. Like super early. Second Manibus did over 70 runs and nothing. I got one from a secure unit the other day. Dang, your secure units are just fucking hooking you up. Masonic Pyramid and a Mr. Wish. Yes. Yes, I am. Best streamer in the world strikes again. That mute button is my best friend. Best friend and worst enemy. That's absolutely right. I'm my own worst enemy. Oh, wow. You can just go and select something, get all of the memetics up to that. That's cool. That's really cool. I'm glad that they implemented that. So many good little quality of life things.
Drat underscore says is the mute button flashing red?
No, it doesn't flash. Just changes color. Well, more like changes tint. It's kind of grayed out when the mute is on. But I'll be right back in just a second. I gotta use the restroom real quick. All right, we back. Let's get some aluminium here. And let's make our tier 4 weapon. Very nice. That's alright, we still got plenty of stream left to go. Nuclear. Still got plenty to go. We got another 4 hours on us? Yeah, I think I got another 4 hours in me. Alright, 14 minutes before Operation Chiron. Back up here and let's start this little point of interest and see if maybe we can run into some people with our tier 4 weapon. Maybe blow up some heads. Get some of these mayfly nerds. Those first 2 enemies were not down. All right. So none of this first set of enemies were down. Makes me think that probably there's not somebody in here. Right, because we still got all these enemies over here still up. So we'll go through and we'll keep, like, trying to clear this out. And maybe we'll run into somebody who's shootable. Coming in from the other side or something like that. Ooh, 4 control units. Nice. Oh no. 9 o'clock just hit. That's bad. That's real bad. That's an ally there. Yeah, just need the mystical crate and 1 more weapon or armor crate. And it's literally right back there behind where that void dude's at. This other person from the Rosetta faction is probably going through there right now. Maybe I'll just go help them out and we'll be alright. What are you doing? Okay. These things are basically impossible to kill. So useful? I mean, I think the lunar spawns are great, but the lower tier ones are ridiculously strong. Like, it's all fine when you're in tier 5 and you're in your really good gear and you've had an opportunity to build up and then you go kill the tier 5 lunar spawns and you get really good rewards for it. But as you're going through the game and you don't have access to most of your mod bonuses and you're not putting calibration blueprints on your weapons because they're lower tier and all of that other stuff, fighting the lower tier lunar spawns is fucking obnoxious. And the opposite of fun. Let's go down and do this dark side. Goodness. Got aggro hard there. Crazy how much further things aggro you from during the lunar oracle cycle. This fucking nerd. Who do you think you are, dude? Who do you think you are? There's something called red antiviral ammo. And it costs 50 barrel premium. Right, but isn't that um, for the Gatling cannon? And those like rockets or whatever? Biomass missiles? Because we now have a version that's more difficult than Nightmare. And don't we have like annihilation mode or something now for the Prime Wars? I think they're kind of falling victim a little bit to the same thing that a lot of games fall victim to, and that is that they're trying to increase the value, like the time value of their crafting system by increasing the amount of time it takes to farm materials instead of giving you something to do to craft materials. And so they're making more and more powerful stuff that you have to gather more and more items for. I think that that is a bad way to go about it. So that's an ally. Person's drone is trying to give away my position. That's cool. Powerful stuff is just the devs saying, have access resources, here's some cool things, have fun. I don't know. I mean, you don't need the more powerful stuff. But especially when the more powerful stuff can have an impact on your PvP play, you do. So, I mean, like, you don't use Gatling cannons and stuff in Evolution's Call necessarily for base rating, but things like the Mr. Wish cannon, you do. So you now create a system where people really do need to be getting the Mr. Wish rockets, because otherwise, you can't compete in the PvP. And there's not really anything that can be done to defend against those. I'm really concerned. I haven't seen them in action yet, but I'm very concerned about the power of the Mr. Wish rockets. I don't think it's going to be great. I mean, it doesn't matter if you also add it to PvP. If you just change the amount of damage it does to structures. In PvE, there are no structures that you attack. So, its damage to structures is almost completely a PvP, or is completely a PvP consideration. So, how much damage you want it to do and how effective you want it to be in PvP is extremely easy to control. Just make it do X amount of damage to structures. That's not complicated at all. So it's not that they shouldn't have added it. It's that either they need to separate, maybe there's just a base damage. Um, and maybe they don't have it separated to like damage to structures multiplier and a damage to bosses multiplier. And if that's the case, then they need to go ahead and separate out the damages. I understand what the Mr. Wish Rocket is, but I'm talking about what can be done to mitigate its effectiveness from a development perspective. So if all they have is the base damage, right? If there's just this is how much damage is done, and they don't have the calculations split up, right? Where there's a different amount of damage, if instead they're using defensive stats from the person who got hit's perspective, then it becomes really, really difficult to balance those things. But if you use an attack damage stat, and the damage that your weapon deals is based on what you're hitting, right? Structure, enemy, um, player, enemy, then it's much, much easier to balance that. And that does not appear to be what they're doing. At all. Right, but they don't have to take that away, right? It could be set up to be 4,000 true damage instead of 400,000. And then you could give it, a 2x multiplier versus structures. Then you could give it a 100x multiplier versus bosses, which would include the Prime Wars bosses. And then you could give it a 1x multiplier versus players. And then you have all of that same fun stuff, but it's not just 400k to everything that it touches. Because being able to just hit a pack of players for 400,000 damage is stupid. Being able to hit a huge number of structures for 400k damage is stupid. There's no counterplay in that. There's no fun in that. There's no anything. It's just a bad idea. It wasn't meant to be put into PvP scenarios? How do you know it wasn't meant to be put into PvP scenarios? Oh, let's see. Platinum crystals. Get 100 platinum crystals. Let's get 100 of these. And let's get 100 of these. I think that's everything I need. Oh, and the parts. Ooh. Nice. Completed all my Stellar Stairway. And I'm up to 36,000. Let's actually go in and make a function facility here. Let's make a Wish machine? I already have a wish machine. Where's my wish machine? Nope. I did not already have a wish machine. That was interesting. Had a wish. What do I want some more stuff for? Yahoo! Nice. Bonus Viper Mask frag. Alright. So let's go back to this character. And let's see about pulling out some of this tier 5 stuff. Is gonna make ourselves some tier 5 equipment here. Boop, boop. Boop. Ooh, I can only get 10. Okay. So if I take 20, 40. Oh, and I only have 34 of those. Well, that's bad. Ah, it's because of those specifically being so expensive. So I can bring all of these no problem. Then I only get to bring 27 platinum crystals. Yeah, that'll be fun. The unlock. Lock. Okay. Build. Oh, nice. Cool, cool. Then I just need to go past a couple of levels. Best way to do that is going to be finishing these zones. Oh, these first couple enemies are gone. Somebody might be in here. Is it an enemy or an ally? I think it might be an ally. Saw the ally arrow over there. Alright. Cleared that zone. Easy peasy. Gained a level. Oh, is my ally just bailing? Where'd that person get me from? Did my ally kill him? Hmm. I think they just took a pot shot at me and then dipped. Strange. Alright, I don't need anything else in this zone. That and clearing this. Pretty much all I have left, right? Because that's a lower tier, yep. Let's finish up this one real quick. Whoops. Sometimes I do a very bad job of trying to do my little drifts. Sometimes they don't come out looking very good. Sometimes they come out alright though. Lose just a little bit too much speed sometimes when I do those. I feel like there's definitely a way to keep the speed going, and I'm just not quite good at it yet. There doesn't seem to be any release. In a lot of drift games, the drift tends to be about gaining extra speed, and so there's usually like this release that happens. Okay, I've obviously killed this enemy already. Thank you. Level up to level 38. Ooh, yeah. One more zone to clear. That'll take me pretty close to 39, probably. And then we'll just have to go find some enemies and whatnot to kill. But I feel like if there was, like, a little boost of speed or something like that, after you did the drift would feel a lot better and a lot more useful. They've made it so that you have to learn how to do it in order to get around some tight corners, but you don't necessarily. I don't have. Dang. I have to remember this spot though. Leopards. But you can usually just cut across the grass and stuff. You don't really have any need to use the drift because you don't slow down when you go off-roading and stuff like that. So it'd be cool if there was a little bit of a speed boost, and maybe I could even do some fun stuff like you do in Mario where you power slide, like even on straights, to get the little speed boosts. Try and get faster. It would give a little more skill to driving, being where you're going. Which is good because I think they're preparing to maybe have a vehicle focused or at least a little more vehicle usability in some of their future scenarios. I think that's why we're getting updates to the vehicles and why they're making them, a little better, making this drift thing happen. We might be getting an event or something like that. That okay, dickhead. Maybe get an event or something like that. It requires us to go through like checkpoints or something, like a slalom kind of a thing. Maybe would be cool. But I'd say there's a decent chance they're at least building up to something like that. Pretty sure that was an ally. Pretty sure the one that I passed on the motorcycle when I jumped off there was an enemy because he didn't have the little white arrow. We still just have the one. Still just have the one world. That's kind of crazy. I don't want to break my motorcycle. Let's come down here. We don't have to jump off of that cliff there. That melee dude was a jackwagon. Oh snap. We about to hit the NVIDIA GeForce Now limit. Should have plenty of time to get through this zone. And then we'll restart the game so that we don't hit our limit. Then we'll run around doing some more PvP stuff. Speaking of which, long until Chiron pops here. We're in Chiron right now. Okay. Going. Going. We're gonna spawn in with a sniper rifle right in the middle of everything. Is nobody doing Chiron right now? Do what now? Been up for 3 minutes. Nobody's even doing it. There's an ally. The ally's all rolling around. I think maybe that's an enemy over there. Got him. Nice. Good work, buddy. That guy's strong. That's too bad. I'm gonna lose my little perch here. I don't think Papa Pex over there needs help. He seems to be pretty strong all by himself. Just in general, I'm not terribly concerned about the event itself. Slightly more concerned with whether or not any more enemies are coming. Yeah. A couple of these dudes are real strong. I think this person has the other prism. I'm just gonna follow them, and I'm gonna go do mine right next to them. On my base. Oh, his motorcycle's way faster than mine. Oh no! He'll crash or something. I'll keep up. Oh, he jumped off. Okay. I don't know where we're going, but I'm coming. Oh, my motorcycle exploded. Break out your car. Let me ride in that bad boy. Here we go. Oh, this is great fun. Jump it. Yeah. Good job, Papa Pex. Good job. Are we going all the way around over to here? Wherever we go, I'll break out my little thing as well. And we'll have two structures. This person knows how to have fun with a vehicle. Jumping around, driving off-road. Good times. Nice. Oh. Oh, you pooched it, dude. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, shit, that was so good. It just looked like you were tumbling on my screen, but it wasn't actually tumbling. The glitchiness when you're riding passenger, pretty rough. Oh, I think they marked. Oh, we are going all the way down over here. Oh, because that's right next to Paradise, so that in an hour we're getting Paradise Lost again. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. I see what you're doing, Pex. I see what you're doing. Person knows their way around the map pretty good. I imagine they've been playing a lot of Prism vs. Clash. Prism vs. Clash is one of the few scenarios where you actually do spend quite a bit of time driving around and stuff, especially if you're constantly picking up the prisms and taking them to get secured and stuff. You'll end up having to drive around a lot. So getting to know the map is pretty important for that. And it is something I would like to see happen with a lot more scenarios. There are way too many teleports on this map, and I use them all the time because, sure, that just speeds up getting to where you're going and doing what you're doing. But you have so many cool vehicles. You have, cool buildable vehicles. You have all this interesting stuff. It would be great to see more use get made out of those things. Oh, yeah. All right. We'll withdraw this one. And we'll put Ace Turner in there. Ooh. So we're only going to be able to stay for 15 of the 30 minutes that it's expecting. So I might go ahead and reset right now. Because they're probably not quite coming up on us. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you all on a black screen for just a second. I got to reset my game. And I can't wait until the prism deviation is complete. Because I only have 15 minutes left on my GeForce Now session. So we're going to load up the GeForce Now again. Come on, game. Man. Hopefully nobody Mr. Wishes my base. All right, and y'all are back. This is so exciting. I really love the idea of the base rating and stuff. There are obviously some issues still with Prism Burst because you still don't have real-time tracking on the map, which I think is a must change. We really, really need real-time tracking on the map for the Prism deviations, but they've made some effort to balance the rating mechanic a little, is what some people have said. I haven't personally seen that because I haven't done any of it, but apparently I have a quest way over there. I seriously doubt anybody's going to come and try and raid this right now, especially since neither of the prisms are the higher tier. They're both just the space turners. But it's possible. Whose base is this over here that I'm next to? Oh, okay. It is Papa Pex. You're invited to join O'Doyle. Is that their hive, I wonder? O'Doyle rules. Doyle rules. Oh, I forgot. We got some more of these. I think this is the one that was doo-doo. Yeah, those are the ones I don't want any of, so I'm just leaving them there for now. Oil processing might be worth but I don't really have a second account to really worry about that. I don't have any of the gene injectors, so there's no point in me getting this gene thing. Durability plus 100%, maximum number of structures 100. This might not be a terrible idea, and then I could just build some low walls around everything, maybe. Because I'm not really anywhere near my. Oh no, my structure limit is almost reached. 150 short, so I could get an extra 100 structures and have more durability. That seems okay. I wonder if I have to replace each of the structures in order for that to get added, though. I don't really feel like tearing down and then remaking my base. Nutcrackers everywhere. Mayflies were like whooping us when I first started. We're whooping them. Good job, Rosettas. Good job. Gosh, I love all of these stupid nutcrackers. They're so ridiculous. I love that they have that event and that they've got it going like multiple times and stuff. And that they've just got tons and tons and tons of different types of nutcrackers going on. This game is going to be so popular in 2 years, or after it's been out for 2 years. If we could have 2 or 3 more maps and maybe a couple of really short duration scenarios, um, both PvP and PvE scenarios, where maybe you start at level 50 or something like that, but it's just over a weekend. So people have a little more option instead of playing these month longs. But I think once that's all in there, once we have a little more variety, it'll be really hard to not get people wanting to stick around and hop different scenarios. And, by the time you go through a whole cycle of scenarios, it won't feel nearly as bad to go back. I think it'll just be so good. I'm really excited for it. Really excited, especially now that we've got cross character progression. Hey, welcome back, Nuclear. I just joined a hive in Prison versus Clash. I mean, I don't mind playing by myself. You you don't really need a hive in P Clash because you can just go do stuff with the people. It's a little better for information dissemination, but far from necessary. Be successful. I think this is the hive that I just joined, though. Some of them are. Usually I have to have one base where everyone can do deviation purification, every other base is in the safe zone farming resources. Yeah. I don't necessarily think you want every other base farming resources, though. If it's as easy as you say to blow up a base now, I think you want, a couple of bases that can at least be teleported out to where you're doing your securement, especially for when you get. It's a Mr. Wish. Nice. Especially for when you get the 1 hour and the 2 hour securement. I mean, moving your base is so easy. I love moving my base around. The people defend, doing my defenses. I moved my base around a ton the first time I played. I took this thing everywhere with me. It's like there's another somebody over there doing one. At our allies? Because if there's an enemy over there doing a thing, I don't want to go fuck with them. But they'd be pretty silly to be doing their purification over here where we've got all these bases at. You need to place a garage too. Yo, there's 2 prism deviations over here. What the hell? Or they're just two logging beavers sitting out there. Yo, what up, Party Wizard? Yeah, I put it on because it kind of blends in. It's like the most camouflage thing I own. But yeah, I like the aesthetic as well. Oh yeah. Let's get freaking garage in here. So that I can repair this stupid motorcycle. I'm gonna go back over there. If nobody else picked these up, I'm gonna freaking get one. Another one. About to score 30 points. I did, but not because I wanted to. Rosetta had way fewer people. And so it automatically forced me to play Rosetta. I was less than thrilled. But I've ended up hooking up with this random hive of people, so I guess there's that. Yeah. It only does it if there's a big discrepancy, so you can still normally choose. But I think a lot of people chose Mayfly right out of the gate on this server. And so it told me that I didn't get any choices and I could go fuck myself. And quite frankly, I was not thrilled. Dang, there's a bunch of prism deviations getting secured right now. Holy crap. I've got two, they've got two, and then there's at least four more. One, two there, three, so at least three more. Damn. They might even have three. Kill them all. Not much longer until the event shows. 24 more minutes. All right. I think while we wait for this, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I will be right back. I would 100% look to do some raiding on some other people's bases nuclear, but I don't have any rockets or anything. I have very limited boom. And honestly, um, I very much prefer defending prisms than I do attacking. It just suits the sniper much, much better. Um, I had a lot of fun the first season I played Prism. We were, where were we? Up over here. There was somebody doing a securement, like right here down the hill, and a ton of people from the other teams started coming down to try and stop him. This was still really early in the first Prism season when we didn't really understand, and so it was kind of difficult to like get in and raid, and people didn't really know what they were doing. But I came in and I put my respawn like way back up in here, and then I came in with my sniper, and as people were funneling in to try and attack down here, I was just in the trees up here sneaking around, and they would hide behind trees to try and attack into the tower. And I just had like free reign to pick them off from behind, and I'd get 3 or 4 kills before I got downed. But I was just having a great time sniping on people. And then there was another one. We had a lot of fun defending. I don't even remember where it was at this point. But yeah, really early, when people didn't really know what was going on with the prism, um, defending and stuff was a lot more interesting because people were like trying out weird stuff, Fortniting into people's bases or above people's bases so that they could glide down on top and try and blow in from the ceiling and moving their bases all around and teleporting bases everywhere. And like, I mean, there was just so much craziness going on. And now, especially in the early game, there just doesn't seem to be much attacking because it's pretty difficult to try and get into one of these bases without, pretty significant amounts of explosives and stuff. Takes up a lot more resources early game. Takes up a lot of gunpowder. Who has the gunpowder for that? Nobody. Ugh. I definitely think that's the way to do it, though. If you're doing a defense, it's very rarely the best option actually be in your base. It's nice to be able to see who's coming at you and stuff because you get a good sight line this way. But once you get killed, you probably want to try and get out and drop a respawn somewhere else. Start attacking from a different angle. Have a little more freedom to move around. Oh, where have the enemies gone? Oh, these dudes don't even have another one. But they did. Or maybe they're just not securing it yet. That seems like it would be silly. Ah, it must be over here. Okay. Got it. I wonder if there's a way to just give my entire hive permissions without having to go through and permissions. Gross. Oh, I can't even give them permissions through this screen. Well, that's crap. That is absolute booty cheeks. I didn't realize that when they were still prisms, that they actually did their jobs. That's funny. I guess one of mine is already done, so I can take him out and put a nutcracker back in there. Draw that dude. The elegant blue or ocean purple. 3-3, 3-3. Let's do some ocean blue. Or is that elegant purple? I think that's elegant purple. Nope, it's ocean blue. Okay. Good deal. Do I know what any of those nutcrackers do? Absolutely not. Not even the teeny tiniest little bit. This, I wish you could see from a little further away. I feel like it disappears way too quick, and honestly, the fact that it's yellow makes it pretty hard to see. You want to encourage conflict, and so honestly, I almost feel like maybe even this little trail should be above the person who has the prism deviation while they're moving around, so that you could see it from quite a bit farther off and know exactly who it was that had it. And you know, this tendril should maybe be a little thicker so you can see it a little better, and then that should maybe be a different color. You know, purple is kind of a theme in this game, and I know that they have those things that come down in Evolution's Call are purple, but I don't know, something that's a little more visible and give it a much further render distance. I don't necessarily think you need to mess with the render distance of most things. I know a lot of people wish that you had a higher render distance on some of your structure cosmetics and stuff, but I don't really care about that as much as, you know, your game mechanic stuff rendering. And I guess it's possible that that's on me. Let me, before I start shitting on things here, let's go to my graphics. See, they have a render distance. Ooh, foliage density high. Let's take that down to low. I don't care about structure cosmetics. Like, at all. And so what I mean about that is I don't care that um I don't care that the render is not far. Right? I don't care that I can't see the cosmetics on this person's structure from like super far away. Eventually, I think it turns back into, yeah. It doesn't bother me that that happens. What I would prefer is that, I see this thing up here and I keep running and I keep running and I keep running. Eventually, it'll disappear. And I want it to be visible from like extremely far away. Yeah. So that's not really that far. And the tendril that comes down on it from this distance is really, really not visible. And I mean, if you're getting the points like this, you should be giving your position away a lot. It should be dangerous. And so, I'm thinking at least 4 or 5 times that distance, right? I want to be able to see it maybe from that mountain over there. Maybe from that mountain over there. Just be this bright ass neon sign saying, "Come fight me." I think it took him 30 minutes to drive all the way around there. We are scoring so many points over here. This is insane. We have just a couple more minutes before this event starts. This event will be a lot of fun, because it just generally takes a while. Like Chiron. So hopefully some people actually come and fight for it. We have so many bases over here, though. I imagine that they won't want to come. Right. Prism energy, we got 3 here. They got 1 there. Done. Mayflies are never catching up. Oh, wow. Nobody has very much prism energy. Oh, that's just from this. Okay. So this phase just started today. So they do it by phase. Got it. I think Zero Consequences is on the other team, if I'm not mistaken. Although maybe not. Hey, I'm gonna hit level 40 soon. And I'll be able to make my tier 5 weapon. Mess some people up. should have come over here sooner. Tried to get up on top of one of these buildings or something. Pooched that pretty good. So many people you can barely see what these enemies are doing. It's all jerky and shit. Why are people summoning cars in this event? I don't know. Honestly, I think they're just a little bored. We are pretty dominant. At this particular moment. That was quick. Did not realize that was an enemy. He showed up hella late to the party. That was freaking funny. Oh, that might have been it, Damien. Although I'm with you, I don't really see the need for that. We were able to get things moving pretty quickly there. All right, let's drink down some drink here. Open up our boxes, get our mod parts. Let's go take some of this meat. Get some cooked meat, because I need to fill up my food a little here. And let's go Mimi's. Somebody's shooting a sniper rifle off of my roof. Seems like way more shooting than just killing the enemies in the encampment next to us. Is there actually somebody here to fight? Hmm. I don't think there is. I don't guess there's really any point in... What's the red glow to your right? Is that a deviated plant? Yeah, that's a deviated plant. Looks like a cabbage. Not really any point in staying to defend this. I don't have a prism. Unlikely they'll get attacked. So, what should we do? I guess it's 9. Let's actually go ahead and gather up a couple of resources and see if we can't spawn one of these events at level 40. So we can break out our tier 5 gun. Way more damage. That'll be... You know, because I'm doing the sped up version. Oh no, I'm not doing the sped up version. This is a new character. I guess I could do some quests. The quests in this game bore me. The quests in most RPG games bore me. I very much prefer sandbox play. The value of quests, I think, typically comes in the form of storyline. And I'm not really a storyline person. Okay, I'm having trouble hitting this dude. Okay, this dude is invincible. Okay, why aren't you dead? What the fuck was that? He just had a sliver of health for like 10 shots. That was ridiculous. This game sometimes, man. This game. There we go. That one only took 2 shots. Why did the last one take like 10? Okay. Getting close. Clink. Clink. Need some more tungsten here. Hello, tungsten. Are you? Okay. Where's the tungsten? Where's the pizza? That 2 silver ores right on top of each other there? I don't think I need silver ore for anything, but I don't think I've ever seen 2 silver ores right on top of each other. And a level 4 Digby boy. Come on. Be the Digby boy. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised I haven't triggered the event yet. Been out here gathering up a bunch of resources. I'm pretty sure if I trigger the event one time... Whoa. Okay. That guy has way too many hit points. What's up? Yo, but for real, what the hell is that? This is like that Mother of Earth or whatever. In that other zone. Just had so many hit points. Like a special one or something, I don't know. Super elite. Holy crap, where's some XP though? Nice. Load the gun. For some reason I don't have any heals. Okay. Gonna have to go back to base and make some heals. Gonna go back to base. I hit level 40. I've got another mimetic specialization. And now I can make my tier 5 gun, which I have resources for, which is great. Be careful when you jump off of your motorcycle. If you scope in too quickly, it really fucks with you. Alright, tier 5, here we go. Get it crafted. Now let's go to calibrations. Take some more of these. Thank you. I appreciate it. Healing module. Special item to enhance drones. Unlock their advanced capabilities. Load module, armor module, invisible module. Automatically consumes 10 Stardust Stores to make the drone enter invisible state for 5 minutes. The drone exits invisible state when dealing. Ooh, repair durability. Yes, please. Hey, what's up, Khaleesi? How are you today? Damien, you're gonna have to be Drat's friend. I explicitly do not want to have to do any of that stuff. Doing great, Khaleesi. Glad to see you again. Just running around on the P-Clash, shooting nerds, having a good day. We're gonna go ahead and heal up here. Um, yeah. Healed up here, and actually need to go fill up my water. I've been drinking a lot of water today because my head's been hurting. I'm gonna go fill up my water real quick, and I'll be right back.
Drat underscore says not that water. The other water.
Oh, is Bellray getting an update? Is that what you're talking about? There's only one water, Drat. That shit right out of the tap. Calibration. Calibrate. Calibrate. Okay, need quite a bit more tungsten for more calibrations. Ooh, I'm running out of bullets. Let's make some bullets. Steel sniper rifle ammo. Please, and oh, I have a bunch of steel. Never mind. We're good. Yeah, we have a purifier that hooks up to the cold water in our kitchen. It was kind of expensive, but it lasts a really long time. And now we just get endless free water. When we first moved here, there was a boil order. Um, just because that was something that we did doesn't necessarily mean it was a good idea, Damien. But knowing that the water around here apparently had a tendency to get um, gross, we decided to just get ourselves a filter and not have to worry about it so much. I mean, still, if there's a boil order, obviously we'll still boil the water because the filter doesn't necessarily get out the microbes. But where there's microbes, there's also other things that the filter will get out. So we have it on the test server at the moment, so it should not be long. Nice. That's exciting. Always good when a game you play gets a nice big update. Always good. Let's see. Oh, I think I missed a public crisis event in here somewhere. Yeah, I just missed a dark side. Whoops. Okay. I think it's time to exit out of here. And let's go ahead and go back to the Manibus. And see about finishing everything up over here. Oh, that's right. I stopped doing the Manibus because I was getting my ass kicked by the dog. That's right. I remember now. Yep. Yeah, that'd be great. I will definitely wait for that. Because I don't want to get my butt kicked anymore. I want more wishes. Something else I need to do, I guess, is just go in and buy everything. Because I haven't bought everything yet. We got a couple of guns. We got a lot of guns. Oh my goodness. With the um new armor set, this gun is insane. That's interesting. That's real interesting. Because it's intentionally going to be absorbing, using up your HP. And I don't know what your maximum fast gunner stacks are. But if you can get it up to 10, then you can just fire constantly. Insane. Madness, I tell you, madness. Now we're actually kind of behind on levels. I'm pretty shocked by this because last time we came through Manavus, we leveled up pretty much right along as we were doing content. So I'm a little concerned about the fact that I'm only going to be about level 34 by the time I get to the tier 5 zone. Or actually, okay, oh, no, these are level 40, yeah. So we're going to be in the tier 5 zone, but not to where we can use tier 5 equipment yet. And that's a little strange to me because that's never happened before. You almost always get your tier 5 first. Or you almost always level up fast enough to do that stuff just by doing the regular stuff. So I don't think I like that. I don't think I like that at all. Yeah. Let's get some stuff put away. I have a bad habit of just carrying everything with me. I wonder if I can go up here and start doing some of this stuff without actually killing the dog. Yeah, but the amount of zones and stuff that you do haven't changed, Drat. Like all the enemies that you fight and the number of points of interest that you clear and all that stuff pretty much stayed the same. So it's weird to me that, we have all the same amount of XP. Yeah, but I didn't like run around killing stuff normally. I would just do all the zones and I would just kind of wait and do them nice and slow. And I always ended up keeping up. In the Prism versus Clash, you get way more XP because there are fewer points of interest. Prism versus Clash, it's so easy to level up. But for some reason on this Manibus run, things are, well, things are going a little weird. It's not really a big deal. I mean, I'll be able to find a way to overcome the XP deficit, but I guess it's just strange to me that I need to, or that there even is an XP deficit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Just strange to me. I tend to pretty naturally find a rhythm with things. And just kind of understand, like, okay, this is how long it's going to take me to do this. This is how long it's going to take me to do this. You know, these are the steps I need to go through to get this done. And even though I don't really plan them out beforehand necessarily, and I don't like sit down and figure out exactly what quests I need to do and stuff like that, over time, eventually I will figure those things out and kind of organically start just doing that. And it shocks me when things start to change. Ooh, combo chipset. Bet it's too expensive. Well, let's see. Did I not want either of these either? Solar generator, no. Updraft, no. No, no. Oh, you know what I did want to do? I want to go to my main character and I want to see about some blueprint calibrations. Oh, you know what? I don't have any more points on my Prism Versus character. That sucks. I'm not going to be able to bring a calibration over. Oof, that's going to be rough. I have to find one on my own. Let's go to Eternaland. I guess that means we need to find one for the Gulped Lore, which will just get the bolt pull speed and elemental damage. All right. What do we got? Bolt pull speed, double elemental. That was quick. All right, good deal. Then we'll go over here to crossbows. Attack range, reload speed. I don't think I want a reduction in reload speed on my mobility, weapon switch speed, movement speed while holding the gun. So it looks like the only thing I have with double elemental hit shot or precision. It's a really good one, but I don't know if I want to deal with slower reload speeds. Guess we'll give it a try. How we like it. I have a feeling I'm not going to be happy about that, though. Just go get those out. Gosh, I love being able to just jump around to my characters. Getting in and out of Eternaland is super easy. Switching characters is super easy. Cross progression just happens so easily. Trading stuff across characters is fairly simple. It's a little cumbersome because of the resources that you have to use to take stuff out of Eternal Land. So I'm hoping maybe they'll increase that number in the future. But I could understand why maybe they won't, because, you know, getting stuff out of your Eternal Land is pretty strong. But yeah, it all just kind of works. Even if there's an extra step or two in there, I'm pretty happy with it. We don't have our tier 5 gear yet on this character, so we're not going to put those calibration blueprints on quite yet and get to our tier 5, but let's go over here and start clearing this tier 4 zone, or tier 5 zone. Even though we've only got our tier 4 gear on, we can at least start leveling up a little bit and getting some of those resources we need to be able to move forward. Lap. Just gotta hit them from as far away as I possibly can so that the explosion is enough to kill them. It's not too bad being able to kill a tier above you in one shot. I can get behind that. Reloaded before I got on this guy. Whoops. All right. I hate those stupid flying beetles. I don't know why anybody uses anything but a sniper rifle. This is so much fun. Just, oh, you're so far away that you can't possibly aggro me? Even if I shoot that other enemy literally right next to you? Cool, let me just take my time and kill everybody then. So easy. These things hop around too much. Trying to make me have to be good at the game to win. Bullshit. It's too close. There you go. See, that one just nice and easy. Ran straight at me. Let me shoot him in the face. That's how that's supposed to work. None of this bullshit where I have to, like, aim and stuff. What is that? Ain't nobody got time for aiming. Also, I know that these bugs have a weak spot. At least I think they do. But I'm not entirely sure where it is. I feel like every now and then I get a weak spot hit on them. And I tell myself, remember where that shot was. And inevitably, I forget. I'm a dumpster. And then I'll fight him again, and I'll start shooting him in all kinds of places trying to figure it out. And I never feel like I figure it out. Ah! I don't think this forecaster has a weak spot either. Thankfully, the easy way to kill those is apparently just to stand somewhere where they can't attack you from, like, above or whatever. And they just won't get you. So you just gotta have a roof over your head, I guess. Yep. I think the last weapon or armor crate is up inside one of these buildings. If I am not mistaken. Normally there's an elite enemy up here. Apparently it took the day off, which is nice. Somebody already started on this phase, dude. Ow. Okay, you can come out of your phase and die anytime now. That'd be perfectly fine with me. Anytime now. Where I went. Do I have any heals? Go ahead and put those down there where I can actually make use of them. Holy cow. Look down there to hit my heal button, and it had T on it. That was not what I was looking for. I just teleported back up here. Is it still almost dead? Nice. Oh, and it still had the same amount of phase knockdown? Perfect. Perfect. Too easy. Alright. That chest is just right in the middle there. Let me just go activate the last rift anchor and we're done with this zone. Can't believe I'm only level 33. That's just silly. I need my levels. Alright. Stone up here done. Ooh, you know what? This character actually has a bunch of stellar planula, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. We're gonna go spend that too. I'm real excited about that. let's go do that then. We're just gonna go buy a shiznit ton of crates with mods in them. Because why not, right? Why the heck not? I can buy 50 something of these? It only maxes me out at 50, okay. Good deal. Let's go take a look to get here. We're gonna have 50 of these. Let's do shrapnel. Let's do 100% shrapnel here. The 20th shrapnel is explosive, deals plus 300% damage as a critical hit. Crit damage, damage against normal, damage against great ones, and max HP. It's actually not bad. Not at all. Here's a good one. Level 11. And hitting a shielded enemy, shrapnel damage plus 60% for 1 second. Chicken Alfred. Ooh, that sounds delicious. The crit damage, head reduction, damage against elites, damage against normals. That one's not great with the sub mods, unfortunately. It's a 10. Crit damage, weapon damage, great ones, and normal enemies. Hey, that's a pretty good one. Hmm. Why are these ones like grayed out? I only got 2 or 3. They were like plus 10, it looks like. Let's see, this one's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is an 11, okay. We've got here. More parts shrapnel hits, the higher the shrapnel damage. Each part plus 15% up to 45%. We've got weak spot, damage reduction, normal enemies, elite enemies. Yeah, we got a couple of decent ones out of there. At the very least, we'll get a bunch of parts out of that. Let's go. So we'll go to the teleport right here, and then we'll go get this other teleport up above. Just so we have it. I've been driving around a lot on this character today. Gone through a lot of fuel. Probably need to go ahead and put some tar puddings. I think most of my tar puddings are on my main character. This is the Manibus character, Damien. We went ahead and switched. Who that is right there. Alright. I need to repair my bike. And fill up my health in my bed. Because I got a nice bed thanks to Drat. Hang out on my Drat bed in my Drat clothes. Fucker. And then once we fill up, we'll go ahead and spawn some enemies right here around me, I think. And do a couple of rounds of that. Try and get some levels. Maybe make some arrows so I can use the crossbow for it. So let's start making some arrows while we're healing. Way they'll be done. Heal arrow. Well, we'll just make arrows. Oh, not LMG ammo. I saw thousands and I was like, wait a minute, there's no way I'm making thousands of arrows right now. That's not even possible. Sometimes I'm a big old dum-dum. We're gonna have to figure something out when this server goes to the permanent server. We're gonna have to get all of our bases mashed together and build a little something something. Like we did in the Way of Winter. Because that was super cool. There are worse things in life than an overfull stomach. These little flying enemies are the bane of my existence. You know, that's not a bad idea. Shoot the big guy, let the big guy kill everything else. Not a bad idea at all. Hey, we passed a level, alright. I don't think I got the cojones for that, Damien. Also, I don't even know how to use that stupid light thing. That thing confuses the shit out of me. I appreciate that. Sometimes I go over to your base and sleep because your cat heals me or whatever. I have my own cat, so I just borrow yours. Get in there and snuggle it a little bit. Um, I actually have. Um, well, I guess I don't have them because they're in my other characters. So yeah, I might go borrow them from you. That actually sounds like a pretty good idea. Blighted, I have no idea what you just tried to say. I think you just need the resource to get the recipe. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure the resource comes when you pull the or the recipe comes when you pull the resources the first time. Let's find out. Hmm. Nope, looks like you're right. Looks like you need the deviation. You're a baller. What's up, Blighted? What are you getting yourself up to right now? Yep. I sure was. I've looked into a little bit of Godot in my time. Definitely can't kill that dude. Yeah, I mean, I've never been a good enough um, programmer to like legitimately try and make a game or whatever. But the UI is good to get around, and the development environment is pretty easy to use if you've ever used Unreal Engine or anything like that, or Unity, or I mean, they're all pretty standardized, and I like that. I think that's a good thing. Um, what do I think about when I say make a game? Well, so I've taken a couple of courses on Udemy. I picked up a couple of courses, and I've just never gotten to a point where I felt like everything that I wanted to put into a project existed. Um, so, I mean, I guess I've completed little projects like making a quick little card game or something like that that you could play, but that was all done, you know, at the instruction of the class. And even though I made some small changes and tweaks, yeah, so I never wanted to publish a game necessarily. I wasn't looking to like be an indie game developer. I just wanted to make some stuff for myself. And what I ultimately ended up doing was not really worrying so much about trying to make a complete game project, but instead just finding little things that I wish existed in games and then seeing if I could build them. For example, I don't know if you've ever seen the anime The King's Avatar, where uh, they have there's a tech in the game called Z Shake, where they use the mouse and they like fake it in a Z pattern to do a dodge. And the game that they're playing is like an action combat first or third person MMO. And so I thought that was really cool, and I wanted to try and implement something like that. So I went into a project and imported a couple of character assets and things like that. But um, I implemented the Z Shake by using the acceleration of the mouse to change um, the mouse's functionality. So there was a button, just like you would click any skill button. And that skill button was basically your movement skill button. And I was going to add a bunch of different movement skills, and I never really did. But the goal was to use a button that was your movement skill button. And then based on the movement skill you chose, you would then hold that button down while doing whatever your movement was. And so the first one I implemented was Z Shake. And if you held the movement button down and moved your mouse slowly, then it would still control your look, right? Because this is what you normally do with your mouse is look. And so if you held the movement skill button down and look slowly, you could still line up and see, um, look around. But if you accelerated really quickly and you went like this, then your character moved on the the horizontal plane in the direction that you were shaking, and then it would consume your stamina, and so that would basically dictate how far you could blink or shadow step, basically. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This was like 6 years ago that and it's not something I've tried to do since. The scope of trying to create, oh, that's a person's. Absolutely. The scope of trying to create a video game is just too beyond me. Uh, and I don't like to fail at things. And that's one of those things that you just have to fail a lot at to be successful. And I just don't have it in me to fail forward like that. I mean, I totally agree. Learning things absolutely requires lots and lots of failure. Um, but that's not the expectation I grew up with. And so I never really learned to accept failure. So, on an academic level, I understand the fact that you can't be good at something the first time you try to do it. But on a personal level, it pisses me off. I don't like doing it. It's why I like doing stuff like this. Like streaming has been really fun for me because there's constantly this incremental progress and this incremental growth. And so there are lots of little things that you can call successes. And there's very few things that you can call failures because, if you put a video out and only 5 people watch it, I would still call that 5 little successes, right? 5 people watched your video. And so, you can't like put out a video and have negative people watch it or, have a stream and have negative people watch it. So it just suits the way my brain wants me to accomplish things better. I can just teleport over there and put us in if you want, Drat. Hey, what's up, Ski? Welcome, welcome. Okay. Teleporting to the hound. Oop. Heck, I don't even know if you actually have to go over here. Wait for leader's action. I would time turner you over here, but I don't have one. Right. Entrez-vous. Getting it. Getting it. Oof. We're on 8 hours. My goodness. Oh, sorry, Ski. Stop. There we go. Jesus. I should have just taken a second to ask if anybody else wanted to do it. Whoops. I done fucked that up. You maybe fell asleep. Uh, can't do much right now. Anyways, level 21 tier 1 guns. Oh my goodness. You would just instantly die. Finished Westlands last night. I'm a pro, didn't die. I'm proud of you, Ski. I'm very, very proud of you. Whoopsie. Let me try to do it again. Drat, do you want to do this again with Ski? See if he even can. You're much nicer than me, Drat. I'd be like, that nerd can figure it out himself. Way nicer than me. Oh no. Bye, Ski. Would you face that face over here near me? That face pointed somewhere else, buddy. Yo, this is so much easier with people. Oh my goodness. Ooh, yeah, Kasha. Yeah, gentlemen. Good jobba. Back to base we go. What level we got? We're up to 35 now. That's nice. Did I get a Dreamcatcher. Need to go ahead and make some more, put some of these in there. And honestly, I need to do another Way of Winter, if for no other reason than to get a shitload of tar puddings. I like driving vehicles way too much. I am never going to stop with the tar puddings. I need gasoline. Aluminum, tungsten. Oh, somebody gave me a furnace with some perks too? Yo. I don't know who's getting all the good perks and putting them in my base, but you're a fucking champion. I love you guys. Yeah, I'll be making my life so easy. You can check the vault log? X, show log. Rat placed solar generator. Rat placed a model. Drat placed a tree. Drat demolished all the fences he put in my base. Holy crap, that's a lot of fences. Drat has built more of my base than I have. Oh man, that's funny. That's real funny. Oh, I've been talking to myself. Goodness gracious. Other than to prank you with the fences, I appreciate that you're letting me keep my plank of wood, and I appreciate that you've done what you could to make the flat plank of wood look nice. I appreciate that. We got a nice little tree. We got a nice little groovy space bed. I dig it. I like the whole aesthetic. Our little duder. Something that I think they should do. Um, so they have this cool symbol here. But just now I was thinking it'd be cool if you could have a crest, right? So as far as I know, there aren't any cosmetics that you could use that you could like paint that would be a crest. something to identify yourself or your hive or something like that. But if they had a cosmetic where, you know, it would be options like guild crests in a lot of MMOs, where you have a couple of different options for like the color pattern, then you have a couple of different options for what colors are in that pattern, and then you have a couple of options for like, you know, an animal or something like that. But they could do something sort of like that, and you could design yourself a little crest and have that as a cosmetic that you could put on like walls or on floors or, you know, different stuff like that. And it would be super unique to, you know, an individual. And then you could place it on your bases and stuff to identify you. And you know, it would be something that you would put on just like one wall or something like that. And I mean, I suppose there's things that you could do. You know, you could use quarter tiles and then use the different stuff that already exists to create yourself a little mosaic image or something like that. So you could totally just do it on your own. But it'd be cool if they just had something like that that you could set up. Even if it was like exclusively a hive thing, you know, and you could like make a hive crest and everybody could put it on a wall or something. I think that'd be pretty nifty. I don't know what the resource draw on something like that would be. You know, I don't know how difficult it would be to maybe do something like that. At the very least, it would be unique. Fucking hot dog taco, you're right. Do love me some hot dog tacos. I just like hot dogs. Like, I know they're absolutely disgusting, but holy crap, do I love a hot dog. I'll eat them cold sometimes. Just pull a hot dog out of the fridge, get a nice slice of sharp cheddar cheese, just eat it cold. So good. You little shit. Didn't die. Okay, you can go ahead and get out of your little phase thing now. Really? Really? Pull this thing over here, maybe this dude's leopard will fight it. don't think this person's leopard is gonna fight him. Yo, this thing is hard. And it went back into its... Yeah, I'm not fighting. Doesn't seem to want to give me a choice. There you go. They've been giving enemies way too many hit points in this game. I blame all those nerds out there chasing the meta and always using meta builds. Not making their builds for themselves. So like 90% of the player base is just whooping everything's ass. And here's little old me, not a clue in the world what he's doing, just slapping shit together. Getting dumpstered. Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah, so maxing out crit damage sure works with the Gulped lore. The reason the Gulped lore has the ability to put so much damage out is that it benefits really well from every type of bonus damage. Because your weak spot hits, obviously really good. You get tons of bonus weak spot damage on snipers. So any bonus weak spot damage you get, gonna be a benefit. Crit damage, obviously great because your unstable bomber auto crits. So that's great. Elemental and status damage both benefit the unstable bomber explosion. So that's great. So just, I mean, you literally can't miss. And then weapon damage benefits your actual shot damage as well. So unstable bomber is kind of the everything, you know? Which is why I think it's probably one of the best first builds. That's not a terrible idea. The problem is I think the unstable bomber explosion also hits weak spots. I think when you hit a head or a headshot or whatever, and the unstable bomber goes off, I think it also hits weak spot. If I'm not mistaken. I may be mistaken. Because it always crits, so it always shows as a yellow instead of the red for weak spot. But when you get crits on weak spots, they always show as yellow. So I'm not 100% sure whether or not you're getting the weak spot damage as well. And if you are, then not having weak spots is actually probably hurting your damage. But it's also possible that something can't do both. But I doubt that. What's funny, Drat? Well, so it's probably still showing you. It's probably still showing you that you're hitting the weak spot, Ski. Because it doesn't say you can't hit weak spots, it just says you don't do weak spot damage. So it's probably still trying to show you, like, hey, you hit the weak spot. So you got your indicator. Because for bosses like the dog, right, you have to hit the weak spots or whatever to get rid of those little charge things on his sides. You still need the indicator to let you know that you actually hit the weak spot. It's just not giving you your damage multiplier for the weak spot. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't shoot people in the weak spots. It just means you don't get the bonus. So if you're still getting the indicator, then it's just doing that so that you know that you've hit the weak spot. Alright, I need one more weapon or armor crate. Oh, that's right, the other weapon or armor crate is over by... That's right. I remember now. Well, yeah, because it's triggered off the weak spot. It's not triggered off the weak spot damage. So yeah, that all lines up. That's all correct. That's what you would expect to see. So you're still hitting the weak spots. You're just not getting your bonuses. Oops. Is this even the rift that I'm trying to go to? Don't actually think it is. I think it's the other one. Oh no, this is the one. Okay. Yeah, it's like up there. Hey, Andre BG Gamer. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you today? You enjoying your time in Once Human? Are you playing Once Human? I'm doing fan-freaking-tastic today. We are on 8.5 hours of stream right now. And we've been having a good old time. Probably the best stream I've had in a couple of months, so I'm very happy. Played for a month. What made me stop was that I had a wipe, but now that they took it away, I intend to go back. Yeah, so I wasn't really upset about the wipes before, Andre. I actually kind of like the wipe mechanic. Um, the wipes are not going away. So, um, let's talk about it a little bit because I don't want you to come back and then have a bad experience because you were expecting something different. So, the way things work now is that you go all the way through your regular phases, and then you get into your new dawn phase, which is normally your settlement phase. And instead of having your month-long settlement phase or whatever, your server condenses down to a single world, and then that single world gets added to the permanent server. Yes, so that is true. There are no more wipes on the permanent servers. That is 100% true. But there's also no new content on the permanent servers. If they ever make changes to the scenario that you're currently playing on your permanent server will not change to match those changes. So you can't like play through multiple scenarios on a single server. You can't use that server to, cycle through changes that are coming. You can't do any of that. The server exists in perpetuity, but it's sort of like being permanently in. They do. They have permanent servers with the Lunar Oracle. And that's the one thing that is going to change. So the Lunar Oracle is part of what they're calling the Visional Wheel. And it's not always going to stay the Lunar Oracle, right? Sometimes it's going to change to something else and it's going to go in a cycle. So the only thing that will change about the permanent circles is if you join a Visional Wheel permanent server, then as the Visional Wheel changes from Lunar Oracle to whatever's next to whatever comes after that, then it'll actually change inside the permanent server. But the permanent server doesn't really change very much. So what I think is best to do is because we now have cross character progression, is to keep a main character in like a permanent Manibus server, and then use that to do like your nightmare mod farming and stuff like that, and then continue to do the seasons. Right, go to a new scenario, start all over again, run through everything. Um, but then you have your main primary character that has all your other stuff because you're gonna run out of stuff to do on your permanent server. So I just wanted to make sure that people I think were expecting that your permanent server was gonna like keep going through different scenarios and all kinds of stuff like that while you get to keep your levels and stuff, and that's just not really what's happening. But you do have cross character progression now. So all of my characters have access to all of my blueprints. This is a brand new character, and it has access to all of my blueprints and stuff that I've gotten on my primary. Like, we're all kinds of good here, so at least with that, it means that you can, if they start a new scenario or something like that, you can still keep your primary character on your permanent server and then just make a brand new one to go do the new scenario. I think that's pretty cool. But they've made a bunch of changes to the vehicles, so all the vehicles jump now, which is super cool. The vehicle physics feels much, much better than it used to. You also have drifting now, which is really cool. So, in your opinion, playing on a permanent server doesn't offer the best gaming experience? No, I don't think it does. Just because there's never going to be anything new to do. In my opinion, the permanent servers are really just a place to park a character so that you can farm things in that scenario to better your account. Right? Because in the Way of Winter, there are special deviations that you might want to spend time farming. And you don't want to necessarily have to like start another brand new Way of Winter scenario so that you can try and go farm like a 5/5 tar pudding. And so if you don't get your 5/5 tar pudding by the time you finish the Way of Winter, then you have to go all the way back to the beginning and farm it again. And that sucks. Because, you know, you can't get a 5/5 until the final phase anyway. So you're going through all this garbage just so you can get to your 5/5 pudding chance. I think it's a great thing because of slower players, right? So if you're the kind of player who only plays a couple hours, then it'll be great for you because now you're not stuck trying to race through the content because every server is eventually going to get merged into that permanent server. So all of the slower players are going to kind of be able to play with each other. And there will be plenty of people for them to play with if it takes them a really long time to finish the scenario. So I think that's great. I think it's great for people who want to like get together with their hive and make really cool sets of structures and stuff and kind of have this like home base server where you have, you know, like a little community or something that you've built up. I think that's something we're going to try and do on our permanent Manibus server with some of the other viewers that are playing on this server with me. And so I think there are some great things about it. I just don't think it's going to provide quite the experience that some of the people who want permanent servers were looking for. So I think you're going to need to do a little bit of a hybrid and do a little bit of permanent server stuff, but then also do some scenario stuff and, you know, keep making the new characters and doing that stuff if you really want to get the most out of the game. The game was just designed for wipes and seasons. And so if you try and cut that completely out of your play, then you're just going to end up cutting a lot of the content out of your play as well. Winter scenarios seem to be the best options so far for PvE. The winter scenario is interesting. It's pretty brutal. The Chaos Weavers that come down do like a mess ton of damage, but even beyond that, the Chaos Weavers create zones of hot and cold around them. And so if you don't take the time to go grind out the proper gear to protect yourself from the temperatures, you can end up just dead. Just like you'll just be walking around and then you'll just die. So if you like a little bit more of a brutal experience, I think Way of Winter is definitely for you. But if you're a little bit more of a casual player, I would not recommend playing Way of Winter because it is just way, way harder. Manibus is the best option for PvE in my opinion. Way of Winter is second best, and then Prismverse. While the PvP scenario does have good PvE content, so far as the ability to get some easy PvP only. I like the mechanics of creating structures to overcome the extreme heat and creating structures to overcome the extreme heat and cold. Yeah, I mean, if you're interested in playing a temperature-based scenario, Way of Winter can be a lot of fun. And the thermal tower mechanic is pretty interesting. The thing that I didn't like about the thermal tower mechanic was that when you did your purification, the creatures spawned inside of your bases instead of at the edge of the thermal tower's range. And so we built up a bunch of like perimeter walls on the far, far outside of our thermal tower range. And then we did our first purification and everything spawned inside of our perimeter. And so all of that work that we did was just absolutely for nothing. Super mad about it. Because it would have been way more fun to have like this tower defense kind of thing going on. And that's not really what it ended up being at all. I'm supposed to be looking for another freaking armor or gear crate, and I've just been like dicking around. This is what happens when I get talking. I stop paying attention to what I'm doing. A game where I had to manage resources in extreme condition was Frostpunk. I got for free. That was cool. Endured 150 degrees below zero in a blizzard. Yeah, Frostpunk was a cool game. Absolutely. I haven't played a lot of Frostpunk or even watched a lot of Frostpunk because I don't really necessarily like the city builder style. But as far as survival games go, pretty interesting game. Oh no, it's nighttime. It's freaking nighttime. That one change would totally make me play another Way of Winter, Damien. But the way things stand now, I might not ever play Way of Winter again. No, I have not yet, Drat. Actually, let's go do that real quick so I can show everybody who might not know where they need to go to be able to do that. So there was a video or a live stream yesterday. I believe it was yesterday. And that live stream where's that at? Did you DM it to me or did you put it in the Discord, Drat? Oh, in the Hive chat. Thank you. I was about to say, I know I saw it earlier. Nope. Groups, Hive chat. There we go. Copy. Okay, so when you're going to do these things, so they had their live stream or whatever the other day. When you're going to do these things, you go to events, and I think you go to more. So you go to your events, you go over here to more, then you just come down here to redeem code. Punch the code in. You confirm. Demo, 1000 Starkrum. Can't even jump now because I fucked something up. Oh no. Thankfully you can just delete the code, right, Blighted? What other games are you currently playing? Right now I'm not playing any other games. I am just playing Once Human. At some point, Andre, I will be playing some... Not at some point. In about 2 weeks, when the update for Last Epoch comes out, I'll be playing some Last Epoch. I don't know if I'll actually stream Last Epoch. I might just play it with my brothers in my off time. But I'm a pretty big fan of ARPGs. Been playing a lot of Path of Exile. I haven't purchased Path of Exile 2. I'm waiting for the free for the 1.0 launch play. But I'm a big Path of Exile fan. big ARPG fan ever since way back in the day with the original Diablo and Diablo 2. So I'm looking forward to that a lot. Uh, Probably the game that I'm the most looking forward to that I will definitely be streaming on this channel when it comes out is Light No Fire. Can't be monogamous when it comes to gaming. I'm always playing multiple games of different genres. So I just don't really like the direction that they took Diablo. And I'm not a big Blizzard fan. So I kind of just avoid the Diablo games now. Especially, I mean, when you have things like Path of Exile that's free and all of their monetization is cosmetic only. I just can't bring myself to play, I mean, ever since Diablo Immortal, it's what an absolute shit show. So I stick to um, my indie developers in the ARPG space. There's another game actually that's coming out. There's going to be a pirate survival game. I think it's called Cross Out, Cross something. I don't remember precisely, but that's coming up soon, so I'm looking forward to that. There's honestly quite a few good games coming out in the survival and RPG space. Wait some decent MMO to appear because I don't find anyone that I like. Yeah, I'm with you. Um, I'm a big time old school MMO player. I used to play Dark Age of Camelot, the original Guild Wars, played Final Fantasy 11 and 14. Um, Played New World when it came out. I've played Albion Online. I've played RuneScape. I've played tons and tons of MMO in my life. Um, and so far, I've been really disappointed in the past decade or so with MMOs. So I don't know. Maybe Ashes of Creation. Played Diablo 3 and then got bored with Immortal. Played like an hour of Diablo 4, got bored. Yeah. Waiting for one Dune Awakening. Gonna head my ass back to base here. Because I'm a baller like that, Blighted. And two Terminator Survivors. I don't think I'm gonna probably be playing either of those games, Andre. I think Dune is gonna have the same problem that a lot of PvP games have, and that is that they're gonna be putting the most important resources in a PvP area. And when you put the most important resources behind a PvP wall, you pretty much immediately make it so that half of the players can't access the resources that they need from those areas because they're going to be dying more than they're going to be winning. So it's just going to be impossible for them to make progress beyond a certain point. But I don't actually think Dune is going to succeed. I think it's going to get super toxic like Ark and Rust. And I don't think it's going to be a very successful game at all, unfortunately. Super toxic is a nickname. That's pretty funny. Um, But also, unfortunately, I think we have to call the stream here. Andre, I don't mean to cut you off in the middle of our conversation, but we've been streaming for 9 hours now. I'm cooked. And I think we need to call it. I gotta get some food. So, I want to thank you all for coming out and watching the stream today. We will definitely be streaming again tomorrow at the same time. So we'll get started at about 5 o'clock in the morning, my time, and then we'll be ending again at about 2 o'clock, my time, which is what it is right now. It was great to have some new people in the chat and all that stuff. Yeah, I really appreciate the follow, Andre. Thank you very much for that. We had such a good stream today. This is definitely the most successful stream we've had in months. So glad to be back on Once Human. Glad to have some of the OGs back. Glad for the new faces. Really just hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you all on the next one.